All right. How's everybody doing on this Friday morning? Oh, man. All right. So Thursday or Tuesday, we were doing an ISO. I didn't even bother changing the thumbnail because we completely failed for Tuesday. However, this time around, we're going to take a different tact at making the ISO. Should be pretty fun. Should be pretty good. I think we'll have much more success. I think we're going to have great success. So we'll see how it goes today. See a whole bunch of people already in chat, which is great. So with that, I think we'll just jump right on the desktop. Get right into it, guys. But if you have anything, hit me up. Old LTT, man. I think I was actually talking to somebody the other day at work, and I was like, man, I don't know what makes Linus tick. That's the thing, like, why does he kill himself, like, producing as much as he does? That's the one thing I never understood about Linus. It's like, you know, he made that retire video. I'm like, man, he is just working like he's a workaholic. But at the same time, I'm like, why? Like, obviously he doesn't need the money. He has everything. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm like, what makes him tick? That's a good YouTube video for somebody. Yeah, we'll probably do Arch ISO as well. So we'll probably do Easy Archer for that, and then also for Debian ISO. I'm going to try and use that same project, but this time around, I'm not going to do SID. Obviously, SID doesn't have updates, it doesn't have backports, it doesn't have a lot of repositories that we need. And then also, I don't want to just do Bullseye because that's going to work. But at the same time, I don't like its repositories because a lot of the packages like Polybar and some other things we need for Debian Titus, it's just not going to be there. And that's unfortunate. Looks like I have a hole in my chest, by the way. Sweet. So that's why I want to not use Bullseye. I want to use probably in between. So we're going to probably do Bookworm, which is the testing branch for the most part. We'll see how that goes. Should be good. So, all right. Audio sounds good. I can take my headset off and we can go. Yeah, I mean, I can use Bullseye and change the source later, but man, sometimes it's just not fun when things work. Oh, tech tips. Walrus Bite, but also Torvalds too. I think Torvalds just loves kernel development. Like him, I think is a little bit easier to nail down when it comes to Linus Torvalds or Linus. I think it's actually pronounced Linus Torvalds because he's a Norwegian, right? Or not Norwegian, Finnish. Yeah, but anyhow, whatevs. Let's roll. Let's get on the desktop, get into this bad boy. All right, here is our desktop, and we are gonna just jump right into, what are we at? I already have those, but you know, I did do a commit to our directory not too long ago. Sparky. All right, let's see here. As far as my breakfast goes, I did have like a Fig Newton and some coffee. I'm terrible with breakfast. It's an important meal, but not that important. I'm just not good in the morning no matter what I do. Let's see. So to start off with, we're going to go into Debian Titus, I think it is. Let's see. Do I have that? Did I put it in the build directory? I can't remember where I put it. I think it's under GitHub. Yeah, there it is. Debian. You know, when I first started YouTube, and I've never talked to anybody else that uses Linux pretty much in my life. At least not Linux desktop. So when I first started, I was watching one of my earlier videos from 2018, and instead of calling it Debian, I called it Debian. I loved reading the comments there. Oh, so great. All right, let's pull any changes we have. I'm doing like an ISO build here, and We'll take this and transplant that and try and do a make. So what I'm going to do is just do a copy recursive of ISO build. We'll put this into the home directory, build, deb, what's deb, ISO testing. And let's just, I don't think I need to do an asterisk here, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. And then let's just make that path a reality, right? So this is a fun little command if you've never done much with terminal. mkdir, make directory, pretty self-explanatory. However, you can do -p, and what -p does is, let's say you don't have build directory and you don't have deb-iso testing directory. What this does is it would build both directories. It would make both directories for you, make that entire path valid, and build any or make any folders that you need. So it's kind of cool. So then when we do the copy again, it just goes right through. Pretty cool. So that's what that -p flag is for mkdir. For copy, the cp command, the -R, it just means recursive. It's like grab everything within that folder. So that is what all that means. And let's go into deb testing. Now for here, we're going to just make this. I think we'll do, if we look at the config, or actually I think it's auto is where this is. And if we look at the config of auto, you can see I'm trying to do, let's see, I turned off backport security update source, change this to bookworm, and the distribution to SID. I think this is not going to work. I wonder if for the install distribution, we might be able to get away with just doing, let's try this. I'm curious to see if this would work, but we'll change this probably for the next configuration after this one fails, because the first install of the day is never going to work. It's just a rule of thumb. We'll change this to bullseye, and I'm going to keep trying to do SID for the distribution, just for the first go. We'll change the installer distribution to bullseye, see if that works, and then if that fails, then we'll try to do bookworm and bookworm, which bookworm for the installer distro, and then for the actual installed distribution, we'll try bookworm. Bookworm is basically the testing branch. So if you're on Debian 11, that's actually called bullseye. Debian 12, which isn't out yet, is actually called bookworm. So just a heads up. All right. No stretch. Why no stretch? Okay. Yeah. Debian stretch is like Debian 9. You are living way in the past there, Chad Linux. Someone, I think Debian stretch was 6 years old now, 5 years old, something like that. I mean, that's ancient by computer terms. Yeah, we'll see, Michael. You know, I always like to do what people say can't be done. I don't like to listen. I mean, I take people's advice and I'm like, okay, I'll just store that away, but we're going to try it anyways. Sometimes it's fun to try what people say can't be done. You'd be surprised how often sometimes people are just wrong. But more than likely, it's probably right, as we had, what was it, almost that 3-hour live stream of us trying to do it. That obviously did not work at all. So we're right here with this guy. Come into here, we're just going to do a make, see what we get on this guy. So yes, we're making a custom Debian ISO here. This is a different project. It's a Debian Live project. It's not really meant for what we're doing here. It's really meant to be used for Bullseye, which is Debian 11 release. The reason why I don't want to use Debian 11 is I'm using a lot of custom packages that don't exist in the Bullseye repositories, which means when I make an ISO media, I want you guys to have the packages that are needed and not need to change the sources and update. Because by changing the sources and updating, you're going to run into some problems. It's going to be problematic because there's no polybar. There's no PyCom, which is the compositor. You see how you can see my background here. You can't see the background with the Bullseye repository, which is Debian 11. And some people probably in the audience are going, well, just use Arch. Arch has everything. And you're right, it does. But I want to actually kind of show, even though Arch has everything, well, at the end of the day, Linux is Linux, and you can build whatever the hell you want. Doesn't matter what distribution you're on, you can build the package. And I just want to make it easier for folks. That's my thing. So we'll see. See how this goes. Does look like it's grabbing from the SID directory to grab all the packages that we want. So that's good. So it is grabbing from SID. Because that's what I want to get, those up-to-date packages. So when you go to install this ISO, your updates will be very minimal. Yeah, I can make a polybar video. A lot of videos on Linux, especially like your more of your other Linux people that do tiling window managers. I think like Luke Smith and DistroTube do a lot of tiling window managers. All of them use Arch because it's just easy. And I really wish you had more of a... I think there's a good happy medium here. And I've kind of told people, hey, how I'm trying to do this. As I'm more of a working professional. So for me, I feel like I know Debian is just a more stable experience. With Arch, it's constantly moving, upgrading, or getting new packages. With Debian, you're going to have a lot more of a stable base. But having said that, you don't have access to a lot of the packages. So I want to open up access to all the packages that I love from Arch, bring that over into Debian, and then that's how we have this entire environment that you're seeing on the screen. This is usually going to be in an Arch system because it's a tiling window manager with a whole bunch of packages that don't exist in regular Debian. And I just want to build those packages out and then ship it with this ISO. Or at least have it to where you can do like a git clone from GitHub and install them. I have made some special deb packages from this. The big one being this right here with these icons and this power menu. That's using a custom version of Rofi that I built. So that doesn't exist in regular Debian. If you were to try to clone my repository and not install that deb package that I built for folks, it's just going to show up like a whole bunch of weird lettering because it's just not going to be able to properly display with the old version of Rofi that comes with Debian. SJ, thanks so much for the super chat. Love your videos so much. I'm glad, man. I love making the videos. I need to make more. Hey, Sparky, I always have a backup, man. I have a backup of a backup of a backup. Anybody that's done IT for a while has a lot of backups. I usually always go for the 3-2-1 backup rule. So usually you have at least one local backup, one in the cloud, and then, you know, some form of RAID or something in between. And that's typically how I do a lot of my backups. So I usually have some form of disaster recovery with the regular backup as well. That's why I'm so, well, when I'm doing these streams, I'm not worried about wiping out my system or doing something I can't recover, mainly because I'm almost 100% certain I can recover. But also, let's say the worst thing happens and I have to wipe out this whole machine. I don't care. I have backups. It's one of those things. I have never seen a lamp stack on Arch. Yeah, Actually, lamp stack's actually kind of archaic these days. Almost everyone uses Nginx, so it's like a limp stack now. the terminology's actually changed, or LNMP stack or whatever, because most people don't use Apache anymore. Very rarely do you see Apache. Almost everyone's switched to Nginx, doing that type of setup. But just depends on the environment. Background sounds like blinding lights. Yeah. This is actually Harris Heller from Alpha Gaming. He creates a whole bunch of copyright-free music, so I can play it all day long. I can put it in YouTube videos, and I never have to worry about it. So shout out to Harris Heller from Alpha Gaming for creating amazing background music. It's awesome. Ruben, love the content. Over the last year, I've only been using Linux. What is a full-featured email app? I started using Evolution. Still not good enough for work. What is the best? Ruben, if you're using Exchange, I really like Hurry. It's a proprietary paid app, but it looks beautiful, which is HIRI. And I can actually pull that up while this is building. And I don't know how well this is developed. It's kind of funny. It's an interesting app. I think I used this for a little bit. You always get 50% off, by the way. I bought this like 3 years ago or something. I mean, it was a long time ago. They've been running this 50% off sale for literally 3 years. And they always have this countdown. It's kind of cheesy. It's hilarious. Just change your price already, guys. It's terrible marketing. But I mean, I guess, whatever. So yeah. I would just get the trial, see what you'd like of it. And I've used it. It works pretty well. I will say I have used that. It's a very, very pretty client. Other one that you might try as well is MailSpring. MailSpring, it looks pretty good, and I think it can do some type of exchange. I'm not sure on the exchange portion. Does it? Chat will know. Ooh, $8 monthly. Yikes, that's expensive. Hurry's better on that. I tried them all. I think MailSpring and Hurry were like the top ones. A lot of times these days I'm just using a web client. Yeah, MailSpring, it has the free version forever too. See how it does for you. Oh, MailSpring does not do exchange. Yeah, Hurry does, though. I did use that. Yeah, BSPM plus Polybar is not user-friendly. Well, you know, when it comes down to it, any window manager is not user-friendly. The reason why I like BSPWM over i3 is it's a bash script. I can do whatever the hell I want. If I want to make my system do some crazy shenanigans, I can make it. So there's never a time where I'm like, oh, I have to do it this way. I can just do it. Where i3 is a bit more limiting. Yes, the configuration's a little bit easier, but you sacrifice the versatility you get with BSPWM because you can do so much with bash scripting. Like on my startup, I literally wrote in my BSPWMRC, hey, ping Cloudflare. Is Cloudflare online? Okay, that means I'm online. Okay, continue to launch Discord. So on my startup, there's a little bit of a hang while it gets internet access. Once it has internet access, then it launches my Discord. And I did all that with the BSPWMRC. So I think BSPWMRC is way, way better than your regular one. You know, I'm just not sold on i3 and its very limiting config. I just don't like i3. But to each his own, you know, that's the beauty of Linux. You can choose. It's not to say anything's wrong with i3. I just don't personally like it. All right, so this obviously did not work. So, you know, we'll just go remove RF star. Oops, let's just do a sudo remove RF star. That would have been great if I've mistyped it. /star would have been a hilarious Friday morning issue, wouldn't it? That would have been great. All right, let's just go. Oh, what is it? GitHub, Debian. All right, we'll repopulate this, and let's go into the config here. This time around, we're gonna try Bullseye and Bookworm for the distribution. So we'll do Bullseye. Forgot my space. And then for the distribution, we're gonna try Bookworm. Archive, update, source. I still want to try SID though. Let's try SID. Let's try SID here. We'll leave the installer at Bullseye. It'd be pretty sweet if that worked though. All right, so let's just go make. Oops. Make. Start this all over again. Yeah, rmrf /star, and it's gone. All right, let's see. This did not work. What did I do wrong? Error 8. Bad gateway. Really? Huh. Well, what we can do here, let's just go into auto again. Vim auto config. And you know what? Let's try this. Instead of Bullseye, I really think Bookworm has a shot. Because they should be building that out. Let's try this. I think I have interwebs. If I don't have internet, it would be bad. I don't think my live stream would be working so well without my interwebs. Do you have the link for trash-cli to the rm command? Damien, yeah. You would mainly just do like an alias. So what I did, you just do sudo apt install, and then you would just do trash-cli. So you'd install it like this. Once it's installed, then you're probably on a bash prompt like me. Then you just do a vim bash rc, and then towards the end here, you would do an alias. You see this alias right here? That's all I did. Just towards the end of your thing where the other aliases are, you'd want to do rm equals trash. That's it. It's not trash-cli. The package name is trash-cli, but the alias is rm trash. And what this does is, let's say you're get really liberal like I've done and just started deleting a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm like, oh crap, I used the rm command in my prompt to delete a bunch of files. And basically what that does is it just replaces rm with trash, so it's actually in the trash directory. And you can see that. I bet you since we've compiled this so many times, I bet you if we look into, let's just go to an empty workspace. But if you look into our trash, you'll see like ch auto, all this stuff. Well, this is deleted from the prompt. So if there was something in here, like, oh, what did I use for this when I deleted it? I could actually pull it up and it's all in my trash, which, you know, I'm just going to empty right now. because it's been a minute since I emptied my trash. A good minute. Wow, that's a lot of files. But it's a very nice thing to do, because then when you go crazy in your prompt, or you type in remove wrong, at least you can restore it, which is nice. Oh, it was a server side error. Oh, that's funny. Oh well. Oh, you can build Bookworm, but it will be unstable. Okay, cool. Well, let's try Bookworm. I think we can do it. Is this going to be lightweight? Yes, this is going to be extremely lightweight. The idea behind this whole thing is to be basically a server with just enough graphics to get everything working that we need. No extra bloat, not a whole bunch of extra garbage to go wrong. And it just works. I think that's amazing. Where a lot of Linux desktop goes wrong, I think, is they just add too much stuff. When a lot of people think Linux desktop is limiting because you can't do fill in the blank here, and my counter to that is, no, you can pretty much do whatever you want. It's just how much do you have to install to do that thing, and how cumbersome and complex is that going to be? And my thing is, almost everything can be done. It's just which method to use, and how minimal can you do it. And that's where people go wrong with Linux, is they follow some guide that's 5 years old, and they end up installing like 50,000 dependencies, and then it ends up this bloated mess, and gives them a worse experience than what you'd get in Windows. But I think, for me at least, I can't speak for everyone out there, if you can do a minimal install and just install the packages you need, you're going to have an amazing experience. You're going to be like, this is the best in the world, because the less stuff you have, the faster your system's going to run. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. And I bet we can get this install to 800 packages maybe, which is extremely small for Debian. I don't even think there's a Debian installer for any of them. Like, even like Lubuntu, I think, has 1,000 packages. Why doesn't 7-Zip have a GUI for Linux? I don't know. I mean, who cares? It's like, that's the thing. Like, everyone wants a GUI for everything, and I get it. But when you add the GUI elements, it just makes it more unstable, guys. I don't care what you do. Eventually, it doesn't work the same. It's not as fast. I think the craziest thing I've ever heard is people like going, well, it's just faster when it's in the GUI. And I'm like, well, it depends. A lot of times it's not. Most times it's not. Sure, there are some times where it's like, oh, it might be faster to drag and drop a file if you already have both windows open. Yeah, that's true. But in most instances, the GUI is not faster. Not even close to being faster. Hell, I mean, when I'm in Windows, I'm using PowerShell a lot of times. And it's not just because it makes me feel powerful. It's mainly because, I mean, frankly, come on, it's PowerShell. If you've dealt with PowerShell syntax, you know it's not exactly fun. It makes Linux look like a dream. But PowerShell syntax, even with its funky, crazy syntax, a lot of times it's a lot faster. Yeah, and also, like, speaking of compression, since we've got chat going on like 7-Zip and talking about this, and Zip in general, like there's Unzip and other ones that you can use to zip files. Zip is a terrible compression, and it's actually not very performant either. So even though, yes, the world has Zip because of Windows, Zip is an inferior compression. You'd want like a tar.xz with good compression. I bet you can get double the compression that you can get from your crappy zip files. So with a tar.xz, you're going to get probably double the compression, and guess what? It's going to even compress faster. It's going to actually work better. Yeah, true story. So if you want to have universal compatibility, honestly, I think you can even open up tar.xz files in Windows as well, now that I'm thinking about it. Most GUI programs from Windows supports tar.xz. So, I don't know, stop using zip. That's my thing. Why are you using something so crappy? Because you just know it. I mean, that's the answer. It's because that's all you know. Chris paints his car with primer. Yeah, why would you go over with another set of paint? Primer's good enough. Oh, the GUI for 7-zip is P7-zip. Well, there you go. Rock and roll. See, there's always a solution. I just don't care about the GUI. Hey, Nicholas Media, how you doing? Half the time RAR contains malware. Yeah, probably. Mainly just because they have to split it up. RAR does a good job with like doing different parts. So you got like part 1, part 2, part 3. And that's great for using those free shady sites like Mega and all those to host your pirated stuff in parts. So that's why RAR is probably has more malware, just because of that sole fact that it does something really well, and that's compressing into multiple parts. Any plans for revising Windows 10, Windows 11 debloat script? It's been a while since the last commit. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hit that soon, Bart. I've just been focusing on this setup for now, but next week I'm gonna hit it. I need to get it done in December, because I know a lot of people are waiting on that, and Windows 11 I think is seeing a lot more adoption. So we'll be doing a probably next Tuesday. Let's just work on Windows 11 debloat script. I'll probably add an executable to it as well. Just because I'm tired of people going, I can't get this to run in PowerShell. I'm like, oh, all right. Can you ignore the base package of Linux and Systemd with NVIDIA package in Arch for a long time without breaking it? Oh, I mean, yeah, you're asking for problems there, ma'am. Yeah, you're going to probably end up breaking it if you hold those packages behind long enough, because a lot of the packages that depend on Linux or Systemd with NVIDIA is going to end up breaking. So that's one of them things. All right, so that didn't work. All right, let's just cat real fast. What was my config again? This was bookworm with bookworm. Oh man, that didn't work. What was the error again? I guess we can do like bullseye. What was it? Subproc to return an error. Yeah, I guess we can try. Let's try bullseye with SID. I'd be curious to see what that does. Let's just remove RF star. Oh wait, no, we gotta do a sudo. Because whenever you do a make of this package, it ends up elevating it to root. Alright, and do our copy. And then let's go into our config again. So we're gonna just go auto config. Let's change this book. And we're just gonna change this to bullseye. I mean, it's still distribution SID, I want to try this. I don't think this will work, but man, it would be sweet if it did. I'm gonna try. We're gonna just keep trying different configs, just to give it a whirl. I think it's worth a shot. Yeah, you know, for the longest time, I keep forgetting sudo, you know, exclamation, exclamation. That's something I did for a long time. But once you learn it, and then you also learn like exclamation, like CP there, that was a good thing. Like you saw, I did it kind of quick, but the exclamation CP means run the last copy command I've done. And I've only copied the old directory, so instead of having to type all that out again, I just did exclamation CP enter. And then it immediately went back in my history file and said, oh, this is your last copy command, run that. And then let's say I do an RMRF of whatever directory it was, and it has root privileges in there. It's not going to allow me to delete them. So I was like, oh, wait, I can't do that. So I just canceled it, and then sudo exclamation, exclamation, and then bam. It just basically ran my last command as sudo to get it through, so I don't have to re-type out all that again. There's so many like little shortcuts, but the more you're in here, the more you're using it, the faster you're gonna get. And you know, for me, I really want to get a lot faster with Vim because I use Vim and I'm getting pretty good to where I'm more efficient in everywhere else, but I'm not using the jump command in Vim yet. And that's where you really pick up a lot of speed. When you look at like professional Vim users, yes, that's a thing. But when you look at professional Vim users, they're using the jump command like every second almost. So when they want to jump 10 lines down, it's just boom, they're using like 10K to jump. And that jumps down or over 10 characters, I think. And then I think that the 10L or whatever jumps down in lines. I mean, there's just so many little shortcut commands that I haven't programmed in my mind yet, but they're rattling around there. I just haven't got it second nature yet. No, this is just a Debian ISO build. We'll use Easy Archer too. I mean, technically, we could probably build both at the same time if we want. Hey, David. Hope you have a good weekend too. Don't like recommending distros, but would you ever do a month-long Linux Mint challenge? I mean, it really wouldn't be much of a challenge. The only thing about Linux Mint is it's a little heavy for me. You know, there's nothing wrong with Linux Mint. It's just a little heavy. And I don't use a lot of the noob-friendly components of Linux Mint. I think we just had a long discussion about the GUI and how I don't like a lot of GUI components these days. It didn't start out that way. I mean, hell, I was a lifelong Windows user. Of course, I wanted to do a GUI for everything, but then as I used the terminal more and more in Linux Desktop, I was like, I don't even know why the GUI exists other than to break in new users. So it's not really a challenge. I mean, you got more options with Linux Mint, but you also have more packages installed with Linux Mint. So that's the only difference. The difference between Linux Mint and what I'm on right here is almost not much. You just got more GUI components. You got more easy to configure stuff. But the actual base level here, what I'm on, you have this base level. Linux Mint is the exact same as what I'm on right now. Like if you're on Linux Mint, you can make your system look exactly like this with maybe 100 packages. I mean, maybe even less than that. Actually, probably close to like 20 packages. With dependencies, maybe a bit more. But there's no difference between Linux Mint and this. Very, very little differences. Just Linux Mint has a lot more packages. So I guess I could do a Linux Mint challenge and then just change everything around. I mean, it'd be pretty hilarious to do exactly this and then just do like a neo fetch on people and be like, oh yeah, I'm using Linux Mint, they'd probably be like, what? And maybe I should do that, because it would teach people a lesson. It would teach them that you make your distribution look, you make your Linux however you want. Distribution is just mainly the package manager and the base config. That's it. There's not much else to it. People get so hung up on distribution. I think I'm going to go back to just saying distribution doesn't matter. I stopped saying it just because people got all bent out of shape. Because the Linux community, the one thing you'll learn about them is everybody gets so passionate about their distribution, and it doesn't matter at all. You're missing a package in your distribution that you had in another one, build it. That's it. I mean, and the build instructions, once you understand how to build packages, doesn't matter. Why don't Microsoft port Microsoft Office to Linux? They ported to Mac OS, which is based on Unix. Does it fear about something? Microsoft doesn't care about Linux desktop. It's mainly they don't want to dedicate the resources for something that doesn't have any market share. That's the honest truth. Like, I'm not gonna BS you. It's not worth it to them. If there was more users over on Linux desktop, I think you'd see a Microsoft Office. That's the honest truth. You got Mac OS, and the Mac OS is like killing it. Like, they're doing such a great job. I think they're in the double digits now in market share. You rewind like 3 or 4 years, and they only had like 6%, 5%, and I think they're up to almost like 13 or 14% market share now. So Mac OS is just awesome as far as its growth goes. It's been great. And they also made Microsoft Office originally for Mac OS because they were wanting to avoid antitrust lawsuits. It had nothing to do with users or anything like that. It was mainly over antitrust. So that's kind of why they did that. And like I said, if Linux ever got enough market share, I think they'd probably make Microsoft Office, as long as it was a wise business decision. Distributions matter to new users. Yeah, I'd say that's true. Distribution, like that's why I always recommend Linux Mint. You pretty much have everything right there in the GUI, and it works. That's the thing. Everything's just kind of there for users, and I think you can see that play out in the Linux challenge too, where you got Linus on Manjaro and a lot of his weird stuff, and then there's Luke over there on Linux Mint, and he's just like, well, all right, we'll just plug this up. Okay, yep, that worked. And he kind of just hasn't having nearly as many problems, and I really attribute that to the user friendliness of Linux Mint. What do you think of Slackware? It's like the OG, man. Slackware is like one of the first distributions that Linux ever had. But as far as me using it, no, I've never used it. I know you have to compile a lot, and again, at the end of the day, I don't want to be sitting here compiling forever as I sit here and compile forever trying to build an ISO. But you get what I'm saying. I don't want to compile every single package. I would rather it just be in a nice repo somewhere where I can just grab it. And Slackware doesn't have nearly the repo selection that you got like with a apt-based system like Debian, Ubuntu. All of those are pretty much the same. They all use apt. Yeah, everybody, well, I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it, though. Like, you always go to the thing that makes the most noise, and between Linus and Luke, Linus is obviously going to be the noisier of the two, especially since he's on Manjaro. So, yeah, Luke choosing Mint, I think, was awesome. But it's cool that they chose differently, too. It kind of shows two different experiences. And that's the thing, too, about Linux. Like, when it comes to new users in Linux, everyone's experience is going to be a little differently. where like you take a whole bunch of users that haven't ever used like Mac before, let's say. Take that, you throw them on Mac, you're going to have a pretty consistent experience across all 10 users. With Linux, you take 10 users, you toss them on Linux, and it just really depends on what distribution they have, what type of hardware they have, and you're going to get an extremely different experience for every single one of those users. It's not a predictable experience. That's one of the downsides of Linux. It's not predictable for new users. My teacher's obsessed with Slackware. I can see that, man. A lot of people, like I said, there's a cult following behind each one. All right. Well, this just is not working at all. All right, we'll just try to compile it with Bullseye and Bullseye, see what happens. Bummer. All right, we'll do Bullseye and Bullseye. And we'll do another make. All right, here we go. If this fails, then I know there's something wrong with my script or the project itself. We'll move on to a different project if we don't get a proper ISO on this build. What do you think of Wayland versus X11? I think everything's kind of built around X11 for the past 20 years. So everyone's used to X11. Where Wayland, I think, is better coded. It's cleaner. It's the future. But the future is not now. So I always end up using X11 instead of Wayland. Eventually, it should be there. Yes, I know, Michael. We'll try Bullseye and see what we get. It might also be a setting that I changed in the auto config here. We'll see how it builds. I think we're going to probably get some error on the packages because Bullseye doesn't have some of the packages that we need here. So we'll see what it... I think we'll get another error on, like, probably Polybar. I don't think Bullseye has Polybar. And there might be some other packages as well that we're missing. But we'll find out. Smash that like button. Yeah, I always forget to tell people to smash the like button. I don't even know how much that really helps. Be interesting. Okay, so yeah, Pipewire is not in Bullseye. Wire Plumber's not there. Didn't even get to Polybar. Polybar's not there. Let me think. Oh, jeez. How do I want to do it? I think Zoran uses something different. I think, is Zoran Budgie? I think it's a different DE, though. The light count suddenly jumps. Yeah, that's because I never ever tell people. I fail. Oh well, like I said, it's more about having fun. Yeah. And we already tried Bookworm. Did we try Bullseye installer with Bookworm? We could try that. Let's see. Let's just wipe this out one more time. Let's see. Let's go Bookworm for the distribution instead of Sid. Maybe we could get away with just doing what is it? Bullseye. I don't think we've tried Bullseye with Bookworm. Bullseye's the installer distro. I mean, we'll see. Because I think Bookworm would have the packages for Pipewire. And I think Bookworm will have Polybar as well. But I don't think this package is designed for making a SID ISO. Let me see if there's... Let's ask the Google gods. Yep, dislike boosts the video too. All engagement in social media accounts. There's an old adage, all publicity is good publicity. And that counts for social media as well. So like social media is the ultimate example of that. It also is extremely divisive, mainly because no matter what it is, I think it was in the past 10 years, there's the rise of the flat earthers. This is a good example, a good case study on social media and its effects. And the reason why there's a big rise of flat earthers is because of how social media is structured. It's almost like a yin and yang, to where saying, hey, the earth is round, you can get views by saying the earth is flat. To me, I'm like, well, that's pretty easily debunked. Like, it should take someone with maybe, I'd say anybody above 100 IQ should be able to figure that out in 5 to 10 minutes. You can probably Google a lot of different ways to see the curvature of the earth, a lot of different things to debunk flat earth theory. But it's the fact that there's always a contrarian argument to everything. That's how views work on social media. And that's why you get like the rise of flat earth. There's always going to be no matter how obvious the answer is, you're always going to get a contrarian point of view to whatever it is. So if you believe anything, you're always going to find stuff to reinforce that, because that gets views and people will type it in search. And that's just kind of interesting. I don't know how I got on that topic, man. All right, let's see. How direct install SID rolling release using mini ISO. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, social media acts as an echo chamber. So true. The earth is hollow. Moman. That sounds like a good video. I'd click on that. I want to hear more. That sounds like some Journey to the Center of the Earth, Jules Verne action on drugs. Oh, man. I love it. All right, let's see here. Debian SID considered blah, blah, blah. You can download that, direct link here, install on USB. Yeah, this is just going to be using the mini ISO to download everything on the fly. I guess I could teach people that. Just wish I could just build the SID packages directly in, though. Man, that'd be so nice. I guess maybe just building bookworms where I should go. Yeah, this is just gonna be a direct download, I bet you. All right. Oh, yeah, Jules Verne. Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of creative thoughts, and whether we admit it or not, a lot of times it's based on whatever you read or whatever content you consume. Typically, it'll invade your mind and plant the seed to whatever you want to believe. It's just the content you consume is what forms our beliefs. That's why reading's so important. I need to read more. That's one thing I say. Need to read more. I think all of us need to read more, though. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? I mean, we could do a weekly build from Debian.org. I want to make the ISO with my packages. Maybe I'm just asking too much here. Yeah, I just don't like that solution. Maybe. Okay, so if we build Bullseye, maybe. No, because there's bookworm builds of the ISO. It can be done. To say it can't be done is just, nah, you can do it. William, thanks so much for the super chat. As a gamer, I like the idea of Pop! OS. Is it true that any RGB control stuff is 100% no Linux? RGB is my thing, but hey, I'm nosy. I would say, for the most part, that's true. Most Windows RGB utilities aren't going to work in Linux, any version of Linux. There's some exceptions, but for the most part, what you need to do, William, if you wanted to control your RGB inside of Linux, is there's a lot of open source projects that basically some genius somewhere made that would control your devices or your colors if there's no Linux client, which most of them don't have a Linux client for RGB. So you can see this. I think like there's OpenRazor, which is terrible. You shouldn't be using Razer products anyways. You have Corsair, I think, has an open source version as well. But again, this is all community run that I'm talking about. I think it's a little better, but again, I don't have any Corsair products. Yeah, so it just depends on what you're doing. I have a Digma Raise, I think it is. This little keyboard. It has like a little stuff. It's kind of cool. And it's not to say it doesn't exist. You just have to, the hardware you buy has to be there. I think, do I have, where did I put that? Did I put it in downloads maybe? Oh man, what did I do with it? Where did I do with that? I think I need to download that again. Download. To at least give you an example of RGB that does work in Linux. But this one, I mean, it's a $300 keyboard. I love this keyboard, by the way. Hashtag not sponsored. I just paid $300 for it and I never made a video. But I do love it. I don't care. Where is this thing? Where's the download? Come on, Digma. Download. Oh, was it? I guess it was on this page. Oh, here we go. Let's see what we got. So we'll download this guy. We should probably make like an app image directory. Make directory app image. Ooh, actually, you know what we should do? No, we're not going to do that. Let's move. Do we have .local bin? Yeah, okay. So let's just copy from our downloads. And what was that? Baz or image? Okay, let's just copy that to here. Let's move Baz to Digma? Digma? I don't even know how to say their product name. Ah. And then we're gonna make that executable. Aha, yes. So now, if we just do, yeah. What are we at? Let's go put that in workspace 5. Connect. So then I can choose my colors of my keyboard here. So it's like bluish, and then we can go like purple. Wait, wait, where's purple? Ah, purple. Where's that at? All right. Underglow or backlight? That's kind of cool. Okay, save. Did that change it? Where's the purple? Well, I don't know. Did that work? It did not work. I wonder, change. Oh, okay. Change the color of all underglow keys. All right, let's do that. Can I like unclick this? Well, if I knew how to use their software. I haven't messed with the glow. I'm not an RGB guy. I just kind of left it as stock. But you get the idea. There's software that's made for certain products that does that. What is that? I do want to change that. I might. Ooh, firmware update. Currently running 0.26 of the firmware. Selected firmware. Should I do... Oh, let's do a firmware update on stream. What's the worst that could happen? Alright. Have at least one backup of your layer... Ah, who needs backups? Just do it. Not following the steps could cause your firmware update to fail. Oops, I don't think I was reading properly. Hold a Linus. Oh, okay. You gotta hold this. And then click start. Press and hold the left top corner, usually the escape key. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do that again. Firmware update. Alright, next. Click start countdown when the countdown reaches 0. Press repeatedly or hold the top left corner. Okay, here we go. Start countdown. Alright, I'm holding the key. Uploading. This is interesting. I've never done this before. I just got sidetracked. But I just wanted to try it. Oh, I don't know if we broke it. I think it's still working. Although all the lights went off on my keyboard. I just wanted to test this. Looked like I was several firmware versions behind. Hopefully we have a keyboard for the rest of the stream. Otherwise, it's going to get real interesting. Hold a Linus. When will you update a well, whenever it's done. Really, at the end of the day. I don't really... these days, I don't really usually force out a video until it's tested and ready. So it means sometimes you have to wait a bit for some of my videos, but I like it to at least be somewhat polished. I used to just crank out videos like nonstop. And then, I don't know, as I got more and more videos, I think I got like 700 videos uploaded or something just ridiculous. I realized like half of those videos are just garbage. I mean, maybe not garbage, but not great. Like, I could have done so much better if I would have just taken an extra day to make the video. And these days, I just don't make a video unless it's ready. So I'll make a video and then do it. And a lot of times, like, if I ever do, like, sponsored videos, I don't know if, like, everybody else just cranks out videos, like, nonstop, but a lot of times I lose out on sponsor stuff just because I take forever to make the video. But at the end of the day, I want the video to be good. And if it takes a month, then I take a month. I hate going back at my videos and going, ah, man, I shouldn't have said that, or I should have done it this way. I mean, sure, there's some rapid fire videos I do, but typically I never, on my main channel, I never do a quick, like, knee-jerk video, is what I'd call it. This is all Debbie and Miles. Oh, Sparky, you know watching me tinker's fun. Come on. All this updating process is, it does seem like it's taking a while. Uh-oh. Let's see. Firmware flash successful will appear on the BAS core screen. well, does this? Yeah, no, it's that's unfortunate. Maybe we'll just give it one more minute. No, I don't. I mean, I thought about FreeBSD, but I mean, it doesn't really interest me that much. I know a lot of people like BSD. It's just these days I just try and find something that's interesting to me, and then if it interests me, then I can make a video about it. But if I'm just making a video to make a video, it's just gonna come off not very good. What's my age? About 40. Yeah, I'll release the custom Debian. I just want to kind of show it. Never update firmware if something's already working. There's some truth in that. I guess I could just unplug it and plug it back in, right? Although, I mean, how long does this firmware you think would take? I mean, it's a keyboard. Couldn't be that big. But I know it's been... Have you pressed the escape key for 5 to 7 to re-enable the keyboard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nah, that's not it. I broke my keyboard on stream. You have to press the key again. Well, I just did. And it did not work. The Lil. Just wanted to say thank you for all the Linux videos you've made. You made my transition to Linux easy and enjoyable. Well, good to hear, man. Good to hear. I love to see new people in the Linux community and just trying new things. Having the option is amazing. That's why I always tell people, try Linux. It's not for everybody, but at the same time, you just don't know until you try. It's a lot of fun. All right, here we go. We're going to unplug it and plug back in. Let's see what happens. All right, we're unplugging, plugging it back in. All right, keyboard is back on. And can we just exit out of this? Oh, well, maybe not. If I hold it for 5 to 7 seconds, what happens? Holding the escape button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. It's dead, Jim. It's dead. All right. That was a fun one. Fun bit. But we still have our keys, right? I think it still has all my bindings, too. Yeah, it does. Digma. Yeah, it's still there. And if we go to layer 1, yeah, it still has all my custom bindings. That's cool. Underglow. What's that? Oh, yeah, no. All right. Well, anyways, I got sidetracked there a bit. That's fun. All right, this aired out. We're done with this ISO testing project. We're gonna just deep six that. We're just gonna say that does not work. Let's kill that directory, and we're gonna just go into our GitHub, Debian, We're going to remove that ISO build because that does not work. And we're going to launch it to GitHub Desktop. We're going to go a different route on this one. Clean ISO. Let's just go ahead and make that commit happen since it doesn't work. All right. Create ISO. I think actually I had a couple different ways of doing this. That's hosting on pack. What about simple CDD? Does anybody use simple CDD? I don't know if we can customize it the way I want it to, though. Oh, maybe we can, actually. Sparky's like, stop. What'd you say? Yeah. I don't know what you're saying. All right, let's see here. I think let's try simple CDD. It's an official Debian package. We can create a image from this, possibly. Looks like we could pick the SID directory. Let's see what we got. Simple CDD. Let's go ahead and grab all that. It looks like I need to do an auto clean too. We're gonna just do an auto clean that up. Oh, disk related. Well, let's take a peek. I don't think that's a issue, man. Look. Got plenty of room. Let's scroll up to what that was. Error. It always stops in the same spot. Subprocess getting area code 1. Beginning to unmount. Maybe the mount process of this project is just too small. Maybe it's creating a temporary file system that has a limited size that's blocking the ISO creation. Either way, I'm going to move on. I don't want to use this project anymore. I think it's failed enough. We've given it a good fair shake to where it's just not going to work for us. Creating custom images in Windows is much more intuitive. Yeah, I think it depends, Joseph. Like, I've created enough Windows custom images that it's not really, I wouldn't say intuitive. It depends on how you're creating the custom image. There's a lot of third-party tools to do it, but we already know what third-party tools to use, like NT Lite, or we can do a lot of different ones. If we want to use the official Windows repos, there's the, oh gosh, what is it? What is the dev kit from Microsoft? It gives me PTSD just using that. If you say that's intuitive, I'm just going to slap you in your face, because that gives me PTSD from its usage. I think it was, oh man, I know what Cloud Computing actually did a video on it, and I was like, oh, I would never use that. I just remember using it, and I was just like, this is awful. Was it Create Windows ISO? Yeah, what was the kit? Can't remember what it was. I think probably one of these will probably do it now. No. Nope. That's not it. Where are you at? Where are you at? What was that? All right, here you go. I bet the official Microsoft Docs. Oh, no, they just want you to use the download tool. That's not it. No, NT Lite is a $30 one. There's an official image that you got to use. When I was making physical environments and ISOs for imaging Windows devices, I was using it all the time in business. This would have been like, oh man, 10 years ago maybe. Or, you know, I think I did one for Windows 10. I don't think it's gotten much more intuitive though. Anybody that says it's intuitive has never used this tool. Oh, hell, let's just check Cloud Computing's channel. I'm sure he's done it. Windows 10 ISO cloud, or not cloud, Craft Computing. I remember him doing it. Yes, here we go.
I hope everyone this.
Yeah, check this out. Let's see. Yes, Windows ADK. That's what I was thinking of. The Windows Assessment and Deployment Kit. Yeah. 30 minutes to create an ISO from this guy's video, from his video. It's nuts. Like, if you ever use Windows ADK, it is like the third level of hell. And anybody that says that's intuitive, you get your head checked. The only reason why we're having trouble with this is because I've just never done it before. I'm learning it. It's something completely new. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. WAIK, WADK, all those awful tools. They work, but it is a headache. And if you do like one step wrong, you'll mess up your whole image and you got to start from step one again. Oh, it's awful. I guess that's almost any ISO creation tool, but ugh. Needless to say, I take offense with that. Let's not sugarcoat stuff. Yes, there we go, Kyle. Yeah, people that have done Windows ADK know what I'm talking about. It is painful. It's not intuitive. But yes, you can get an ISO image of the day. I'm not saying Linux ISOs are great by any means. Obviously, this is also somewhat painful. But let's not sugarcoat it and pretend like Windows is all that great. If you use NT Lite, I would say that's pretty good. I would say that's probably the best user experience I've ever done using an image. And then I also did a video on, there's a free tool, MSMG Toolkit is also a lot easier for ISO if you want to make a Windows ISO. I think it's Toolkit MSMG. Yeah, here it is. This is also a great freeware toolkit for building Windows ISOs. I've used it as well, and it's a lot better than Windows ADK. Just depends on what you use. There's a lot of tools out there. All right, simple SDD. We install it. Let's make our directory, right? Let's go into build. Actually, let's just make an ISO build directory and build a basic CD. Okay, but I don't want to just build a basic CD. I want to do this. And then what's that etc? Let's see what all our options are before we just type in this command. All right, if we want to change the keyring, we can. That's not a big deal. We want to do a custom distro of SID, which is what we want. Local packages. List any files included on the CD's local package repository. We want to add some local packages. I don't know if we want to add any mirrors. We could add a mirror though. Profiles. I want to see what we do there. Make directory profiles. 4P in list of packages you want installed. Oh, okay. Okay. I think we just use the base package from Debian instead of using all these GitHub stuff. I think we're going to get a much better experience from this. And that way we have like a good experience. Yeah. So I don't even think for profiles, I think we can just do dist -- dist and then do SID. So we can build the basic CD like this. We're going to do, looking at this, do a dist of SID right here. We use this. I'll leave locale and keyboard off just for our friends overseas. Kernel packages I'll leave the same. And then probably this one as well, much like you see here. And I want to learn more about build CDD's profiles, and then also building local packages because there's some I want to add. And then I think that should do it. So the first thing I want to do for the packages, I want to say we just can build the profiles directory. Oh. So I want to see first just doing a build simple CDD, and then I want to grab this right here, copy, paste, and then I also want to go -- dist SID. I just want to see SID build. And then I want to do a profile of their custom packages. We believe in you, Chris. If Hannah Montana can have a Linux distro, you can. Thanks for the vote of confidence there, Sparky. Means the world to me. That is great. Let's go full screen with this and see what we get. I kind of want to see how this builds out. I think this is going to do it in a little more staged approach. Also, this is the official tool from Debian. So I feel a lot better about doing it this way. Yeah, there's a lot of online tools to build custom ISOs. I went with the first one I got, which I honestly think is an error on my part. I should have gone with the official one from Debian and not have messed around with any Git projects that other people have built. I should have just relied on the Debian team, which if they put something out, I know it just works. I don't think I've ever had something from the Debian team where I was like, this doesn't work. I've just been like, man, why doesn't the Debian team have this insert package here? Or why is it on this older version? And then I end up, going elsewhere and then breaking something. I've always had issues with WSUS. Yeah, Windows Server update systems are just awful. I hate WSUS. But I mean, it's almost mandatory these days. If you have any volume of systems, probably I don't know, at least 30, 40 systems on a network, you pretty much have to use WSUS. Otherwise, when Windows does an update, it's going to like bring your system to a crawl. Unless you have a really fast internet, then I guess it just doesn't matter. Oh man, Sparky, I still haven't done. Let's do that while we wait. I think this is gonna be a long time to download, so let's move over to apt cacher, or catcher ng. Let's see that real fast. Let's go. I did want to try that. Now, you sent me a Docker container for this as well. I wonder if there's a cache I could put. Nah, I probably want it on my Synology box. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, let's see about doing that. Why it's downloading stuff. And I should just go to my Discord. Where are you at, Sparky? APT cacher. Did you send that to me here? I guess not. Well. Again, that one's a little old. Ah, okay. There we go. Can you shoot that over to my Discord if you could, Sparky? How are we doing over here? Look at that. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Unstable. CD1 ISO. Yeah, 300 megs. That's a sweet little ISO right there, guys. Ooh, SID, beautiful. So now I want to start adding packages to this. Man, that's cool. All right. So we're gonna make directory profiles. And then for P in list of packages you want installed, echo profiles name.packages. Okay. Let's go into profiles. And then we're going to go vim base.packages. And honestly, you know what? Remove base.packages. We can still salvage some of this. I've already done these profiles. That project I was using. Okay, that project I was using. If we just do a thunar of this directory, let's go into trash. Ah, this is where the cache. I bet you. I think it was in. Was it chroot? No, that wasn't it. Go trash again. Wasn't cache. It wasn't auto. I want to say it was config packages. Okay, well, there's that one I do need to grab. We'll toss it over here. I don't think this is the proper spot for this, but I don't want to lose it either. Copy. Oh, come on. Just paste it over there, would you? Ow. Ah. Ooh, maybe I can't copy from trash. Do I only restore from here? I've never used the trash bin before. I've never used the GUI trash bin. I don't even know how to restore. Oh, man. Oh, why? Yeah, I know. Restore, not move. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I think I broke it. Ah, that's funny. All right, let's just go trash CLI. Trash help. I think it was trash list, actually. Yeah, trash list. Let's do trash list help. How do you restore from this? How do you... Darn it. This trash bin has vexed me. No, oh, where is that? Okay. Let's just restore this. Restore. All right. Can I not restore anything? All right, I just want to restore this one file. Okay, I'm apparently missing something. Okay, yeah. We can do that. It's so funny. Oh, let's see if I can figure out how to restore from trash. Oh, man. That is just too perfect, right? Restore. Oh. Send to. Let's see if I can send it to Linux data. Is it in there now? Oh, okay. That's a bit funky. I mean, yeah. Somebody's opening the old garage door. All right. Well, anyways, we can at least get it. I don't know. Something I've done with this is a little bit on the odd side of things. But regardless, we're going to restore this package list, send that to Linux data. Whatevs. Let's grab this and this, and we're just going to cut and come to home, ISO build, and we're going to paste this bad boy. I mean, I must have not installed a package to cut and paste. I literally have never used cut and paste in my... I mean, or maybe I'm going between drives or something. I don't know. Whatever, I'm just going to use terminal. I mean, that's terrible. Oh, goodness. Good night. Move package list to home, Titus, ISO build, and then let's move Rofi, home, Titus, build. All right, we got it. I mean, whatever. It's a permissions thing, I'm sure. Yeah, I bet you the permission. Let's look at the permissions. Oh, no, I own it. I own both those permissions. That's weird. Yeah, the permissions are correct. Something I've done with the GUI. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing a package for cut and paste. I don't know. Whatever. It's GUIs. Only noobs use GUIs. Jeez. What am I, a Windows user? I'm an elite terminal user. Everything should be done in terminal. Let's just forget that. Don't rewind the last 5 minutes of me trying to cut and paste. Because, yeah, we didn't even use sudo. Oh no, don't open Thunar as sudo. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't open your browser as a sudo user. Yeah, I don't believe in that. I know Linus was complaining about that, but you really shouldn't do that. It can do all kinds of funky stuff with some of the permissions. Because when you do it as sudo and then you do something in there, or maybe it adjusts a config file as your user, and then all of a sudden your user can no longer make settings changes to Thunar because you opened it as sudo. There's a lot of shenanigans that could happen. So I don't recommend opening your file browser as sudo. I know some people have done that, but really not recommended. I joke, but not just no, don't do that. All right, so we have package lists here. Let's change these guys, right? What's installer list binary? Oh, yeah. So we probably want all that. And this says to make these, you go profiles, packages, name, and then packages. Names dot packages. So I think for this, we could just change these, because if we look at like, let's just look at like important. Yeah, so this is what these files look like. I think this will work just fine. Just need to rename these files. Well, let's just rename that to 00. We'll just name this 00 dot packages. I think that should be about the format we want. And then we also want to do each one of these are like this, right? Don't need that one. And let's get some more room. Move audio video to 01 audio dot packages. Move development to 02 dev dot packages. Move games. I don't want to read your messages. This is a show. No. All right, let's see. Was there something here that I missed? You are a Windows user. Yeah, I am. Let's see. Was there any message? Like you're saying read messages, but I don't see anything. That copy worked because you could read to and from that file. You can't restore a file with root permissions to a chroot environment as a normal user. Oh, okay. So that environment was from a chroot environment, which technically means it wasn't able to read the permissions correctly. That makes sense. That makes sense. Don't forget the password for root or you lock yourself out. I mean, that's easy to get around. Sparky is invisible to Chris. I love Sparky. It's great. I see most of his messages-ish. And sometimes it's hard to read messages. Also, my Friday morning streams are usually a bit on the waking up side of things. Did notice one thing. I'm looking at my screen over here. What is the filters like? Seeing something with my filters. Looks like my... Ooh. Let's try that. Ah, much better. Okay. A lot less fill in there. Looking like I was like disappearing into the background a little bit. All right, yeah, I didn't see anything I missed in chat. Check your typo. Packages do not work. Oh. Pancakeage. That's funny. Did I? Oh, yeah, 01. Let's do pack edges. Thank you. All right, And then moving on, we're gonna go to graphics. This is gonna be 04 graphics. I could keep messing that up, don't I? Move installer 05 installer dot packages. Network. I mean, really, it's kind of funny. Like some of this, what is that? 06 network packages. Office packages. Move office to 07 office packages. Move system to 08 system packages. I feel like this is kind of out of order, but whatever. We're going to just try and run with this and see how well this does. Utility dot packages. So now we have all those in there kind of labeled. I think we'll see how this does with some of these. Like if you look at this one, it has like right here, priority packages. I don't think we need that beginning line. But if we look at some of these other ones, there's a lot of comments in these files. I don't know how well this is going to do with these comments. I'm hoping it'll just avoid them altogether. But I mean, I guess we'll find out. I really, these are a lot of the packages that I use and need. So let's see what that all does. We'll just do a listing. And with that done, I think we can just do profiles and then name. Do the packages themselves though? I feel like, I don't know when I do profiles if you separate them with a comma or a space, probably a comma, I imagine. Well, let's see what we get, right? Only one way to do it. We're gonna build simple CDD, and we're gonna go profiles, udeb, dist sid, and then we're gonna go dist sid. This gives us all the sid repositories. And now we're going to add the profiles in here. So we're going to go -- profiles. And this is where we go like 00, 01 audio, 02 dev, 03 -games, 04 graphics. I guess it should just maybe all be in one package file. I think we'll be fine. Nah, it's probably going to error out, but at the same time, I want to just kind of build it and see what happens. Installer, 06 network, 07 office, 08 system, and 09 utility. Let's see if there's anything else. I wish there's more examples. There's one thing I can say about Linux documentation. I really wish there was like more examples. So then you can see what happens to all of that. Ooh. We could probably just do the whole directory. For local packages. Ah. Add self-built packages to CD. Oh, okay, here we go. Need to add this too. Add custom files. Name.extra file. The directory is a better idea. I do agree with that. I don't know. Let's see what happens when I do that. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. No, there's no way it did it that quick. That's not a thing. Yeah. Let's just remove images. Nah, I guess it did do it that quick. We might need to maybe blow out the temp directory, but I don't think it's grabbing those profiles. Call me crazy. You're crazy, but that's not the point. Yeah, true. All right, let's remove images. Let's just do a recursive images, and we'll do a recursive of the temp directory, and see what it grabs on this time around. It would go and download these. Looking at it, we'll see pretty quick what it's downloading. I honestly think it's just omitting the whole profiles. This whole profile's extra extension, basically. I don't think it's commas to do the profiles section. I think it's a different type of format. I think it's seeing the comma and just be like, yeah, that profile doesn't exist, and then I think it's just building the current one. I almost guarantee you that's what's happening. Yeah, the output size was 300 megs, which this is going to be a lot more than 300 megs. I think, honestly, with all these packages, it should be probably 1.5 gigs, I would imagine. Yeah. So, well, I mean, what's that grabbing? Well, let's see. I mean, once this finishes, we'll know for sure. I'm just looking at the pot files as it's going. If I see like PyCom or Polybar, BSPWM, those types of packages in here, then I know it's grabbing them. But so far, these look like just base system packages. I think, honestly, it's just omitting that profiles. So let's take a peek at build simple CD. Let's go search. And we're going to just do multiple profiles. Vision your CD effortlessly. I like it. All right. Startup packages. A simple text file with a package that we want to install in every line. Yeah, that's totally 2 minutes. I think not. That's totally going to be 3. Yeah. Exact same size. Packages. A simple text file with all the packages installed in every line. File formatted with standard rules defined here. All right, so profiles test.packages. Profiles test. This will take a lot of time depending on your internet connection at the end. Folder, blah, blah, blah. Does it show how we can do that? Let's customize more. That's fine. Oh, here we go. No, it is a comma. Oh, but there's quotes around that. So when he was doing this, instead of doing it this way, he did it with quotes. So if we do over here, where's that at? Probably right here. What does that give me? That looks close to his syntax. I just added the double quotes. Oh, maybe. Going a lot slower, which is good. What's that look like in full screen? No, I never did the catcher in G yet. We will. Now, this does look rather promising. I think it is grabbing all our packages now. If we look, I think so everything from profiles. Oh, maybe it's package list. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Which directory was that supposed to be in? I'm pretty sure it's grabbing all my stuff. So if we look at, where was that? Here, you'll see 00 is correct. I just didn't add anything to 00. That's like the base system. I should have put like maybe dash base to give it a little more description. But it does seem like it is grabbing all these. This is a lot of packages too. This will be pretty much everything for a functional system on SID in an ISO form, to where when you have this ISO file, it's not going to be needing to download a whole bunch of pretty much anything. And I think the output size, I would say probably should be around 1.5 gigs. So if we take a look, son of a biscuit eater, really? Oh. I ran it from this directory. Oh, sad face. And if I look at profiles, let's go at a full screen here. Let's go back to tiling. If we look, this should, when you're looking at the profiles, should be in that directory. What am I missing? Profiles, name of .packages. So from here, let's remove profiles, move packages.list to profiles. So now if we do an ls of profiles, it has all those. So now if we do the build, it should do it correctly. Should. Let's see. Let's quit that. Do it clear. Now we do our build. what was our build? I think it was this right here. And I believe this should grab everything for us correctly now. Should. Yeah, Sid dash updates. Tom, it was a while back when you asked that in chat, but yeah, the Sid dash updates was just, I was using some Git repository or, Git ISO build utility made by, Joe Blow or whoever it was, and they never built with Sid. So it wasn't compatible, period. So I was trying to make something compatible that project wasn't compatible with. This now, we moved on to build-simple-cdd. This is from Debian, so this is from the official source. And like I said, I've never run into anything from Debian that doesn't work. I may use it improperly, but I've always had it work whenever used properly. So that's what we're doing now. I'm trying to build out a full-blown Debian SID ISO with every package that I use on this system. So then when I go to install, I just run this one ISO and it has all my packages on it, and it should just install the system in no time flat. And then we work on configuration, post-install scripts, those types of things. But I really wanted to just get a really good base install with all the packages needed to make this a reality, without having to change sources and all that business that can be just a huge headache. Why did you choose SID? Mainly for the package selection. So almost every tiling window manager out there runs on Arch because Arch has an amazing package selection. A good example of what packages are missing from Debian, Ubuntu, you name any apt-based distro. Usually they don't have Polybar. They don't have a good version of Rofi. They don't have a good version of PyCom, which is a good compositor. Almost everything based on Debian is running Compton, which has been deprecated for 5+ years, so over half a decade. So you really should be using PyCom and some other things too. So that's why we want to use SID, is to get access to this. Also, I wanted to use Pipewire, which is a new audio interface. A lot of people are always crapping on Pulse Audio, me included. And I wanted to try Pipewire out as the base install for this as well. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. Woohoo, he said deprecated correctly. Yeah, sometimes, man. Although sometimes I like just trolling folks and just saying stuff wrong. Gnome. I still get people on that one. Debian. I should switch back to just calling it Debian, just so I can get the comments. Yes, Tom, I actually did switch over to WirePlumber instead of using the media session package that you mentioned on Tuesday. So we are using WirePlumber now instead of the Pipewire media session package. Oh, the Minecraft vulnerability. I think I saw a brief news article about that. I need to check that out because I do have a Minecraft server. Is your Rofi theme available somewhere? I've uploaded and updated it a little bit on my GitHub project. If you go to github.com/Chris Titus Tech, this is actually called the Debian-Titus project, and I usually update it about once a day or so. Do you run PaperMC as your server? Yeah, I use Paper. Well, I think deb testing versus Arch is also very different. To call them the same, I think, is a little bit of a misunderstanding, mainly because Arch is more rolling than Debian testing still has SID and some other things. I think Debian SID's a little closer to more of an Arch-based rolling distro, as SID's going to change a lot. Testing actually gets locked in, so whenever like Bookworm becomes official, usually there's like a month lock-in period where it doesn't accept any new packages for like 30 days. So testing differs a bit. SID is a bit more rolling and constantly in movement. So it's a bit more like Arch. Have you ever played with Zabbix monitoring? I haven't. I've always been more Nagios or Nagios, however you want to say it. I've been more accustomed to that than Zabbix monitoring. Also, like Ichinga and some other ones in the open source community are great for monitoring as well. William, thanks for joining the members. You doing a similar project but using Gentoo as a catalyst? You never have too many distros. It's fair. Always nice. Yeah, it's definitely taking longer, isn't it, guys? I'm looking at the packages it's grabbing, and it's grabbing all the build essentials right now. This is like GCC, which is used to compile almost every program out there. So yeah, I think we're gonna get a lot more stuff here. Unspell, yeah, it's grabbing my packages. Unspell's not a default package, so it's definitely reading those package files. Sweet. That is very, very good. No, this isn't necessarily a slow PC. It's a 5600X. Pretty decent with compiles, but it's no Threadripper or a Xeon. I really should probably upgrade this because I am compiling more and more these days. Best cloud storage for Linux. I've always been a big fan for cloud storage of Backblaze. But I mean, that's just like my cloud storage. They're so cheap. Can't really beat them. Is AUR vulnerable? Yeah. AUR is very vulnerable. You have pretty much anybody and everybody could submit a package to it. So let's say I was nefarious. Oh, let's say I wanted to go full Walter White on you guys. This is a fun little scenario while we wait for the compile. But yeah, if you're not familiar with Breaking Bad, this is how I would do it in the computing realm. I would probably submit packages through the AUR, specifically with like crypto miners. I think that would probably be an easy entry point. I could probably infect a lot of projects that way. Submit my own, obviously, with social media presence. You could say, hey, download and run this script, and then you could get quite a bit. I would probably attack more of the... For me, though, honestly, it'd be way easier to attack the Windows users, as that would be much easier to infiltrate. Because no virus scan can pick that up. I could just do it all through PowerShell and install my own custom miner and do my own compiles. So the signatures wouldn't even exist. So no AV or anything could stop me. But yeah, as far as like, is the AR vulnerable? Yeah, but like practically no one uses it. So that's why nobody really bothers mess it up. If a whole bunch of the population used the AUR, then you'd see a lot more problems. Yeah, as far as like this right here, this is all custom built. This is no desktop environment. That's just all from scratch. The packages I'm using, the very top bar, that's Polybar. The window management, so whenever I'm launching my windows, that's all BSPWM. And that's about it. That's the gist of the packages I'm using. The transparency effect. You can see my background here. Like if we go to a different screen, The transparency effect you see, that's PyCom. That's that package. Everything you see on the screen has a package associated with it. So like my start menu, this right here, that's Rofi, R-O-F-I, that's used. For my shutdown menu, this is all Rofi as well. This is a custom one. So far, I've only listed about 4 packages. Now, some of these shadings and some of the more clean look, that's all fonts and some shaders and stuff like that. But most of that is gonna come from like Meslio, Nerd Fonts, and also a Fire Code Nerd Font as well. Mira, hey Chris, I'm only going to watch this today because I decided to use a vacation day. I'm normally at work at this time. Oh, well, awesome. It's great having you, Mira. Dang, 17 months. That's crazy. Mira was one of the originals, one of the OGs. I think Alex and I think Michael as well is up there too. But yeah, that's awesome, Mira. Glad to have you here. Oh, William, dude. Thank you so much. You have helped me so much by tweaking my wife's Windows machine and Linux. Either way, bro, I love your content. With a traumatic brain injury, I'm sorry, man, that causes memory loss. You simplify everything, so I hope this helps you. Well, thank you, man. Much appreciated. Ooh. Have you ever tried BSDs on your desktop? BSDs? I'm not sure on that. Okay, so I'm going to say this up here is definitely grabbing everything that we need for this ISO. Any takers on how big this ISO is going to be? Let's I'm going to make a poll here and do that because I am curious to hear everybody's thoughts on this. How big is this ISO going to be? And I can only do, I think, 4 options, but let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what everybody thinks the size of this thing's gonna be. Because this is a lot of packages. This comes with Lutris, comes with, I think most of the 32-bit libraries are in here as well. Ooh, yeah, 2 to 3's got the majority. Oh no, here we go. 1.5 to 2 is jumped. I'm interested. I'm interested to see how well this packs it up too, because it depends on the compression of the ISO as well. Now, most ISOs directly from Debian hover around 2 gigs with a fully loaded desktop environment. Having said that, I'm not using Firefox and I'm not using LibreOffice, which almost all those do come preloaded. Those are pretty big packages. So I'm going to say it's going to be, my guess is between 1.5 and 2 gigs. I'm going to go with option 2 is going to be my guess. Most of the audience is between that, and also 2 to 3 actually has 39%. Oh man, it's like right neck and neck. It's very close. Not very many people say it's going to be over 3.1 gigs. I mean, this is a lot of packages. It could. It's possible. But again, I think we're gonna land in that sweet spot of 3.1. I think it's taken so long because it's compressing most of this stuff. And it's already compressed coming from the actual repositories. I guess maybe the download speed, honestly. On a fresh install, this would have already all been downloaded. My download speed's not bad. So I don't know why this is taking so long. Where can I host this, though? The ISO. How much space can you toss on GitHub? Is the public just... Can I toss this on a GitHub project? I'm not setting up a local mirror for this. You guys would max out my internet connection in no time. I got like 20 up. Is it 10 gig? Okay. Yeah, I could torrent it. That's a good idea too. Inside my personal network. Yeah. It's not a good idea. I could all go old school and host on the good one, GFY. Host on SourceForge. I honestly like SourceForge's downloads of ISOs. Hey, yeah. Oh, you know what? Now that you say that, I think I do have a CDN account I could tie into. It's not a bad idea. Oh man, if I could toss it on there, that's 10 gig up and down. Man, you guys could download this in like no time. Let me see. I'm gonna go full screen here for a second. That's an idea. Do they shut off my access? About to find out. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna see if they still left this access in here. Did a sponsored video for these guys like 2 years ago. Oh, I think they left it open. How much space did I got to run with? Use space. Okay. I think... Well, let's just see here. Alright, I think I can go desktop. I think we could just delete this. Delete. Think it'll allow me to do another CDN resource? 50 gig is free for higher capacities. Check. Alright, let's see what we got. Storage. Yeah, put it on my CDN. Label ISOs. I might be able to do something here with this. Nah, I'm not gonna dump it on Mega. Yeah. I'm gonna just check real fast to see if I got any authentication for this resource. And then I could give it to you guys to download. Got the URL, ID, but what's the configuration here? No, I'm not 100% finished with the project. This ISO is just going to help with some of the download, but if I could do it through a CDN on this first ISO, oh, dude, it would be choice. All right. Just being able to log in here would be interesting. All right. Okay, I'm gonna just see if I can't launch into this. Click the copy. Click the copy. Might have it. Ah. Yeah, I won't do a file session, but I think I can do it. I think we can do something like that. I think we can actually put it directly on a CDN with a 10 gig up and down rate. One of the best CDNs in the world. That'd be sweet. I might end up getting too much traffic though. I guess we'll find out. Won't know until we get there. All right. Missing some packages. RAR. These packages right here. Missing required packages from profile. That one. Midori, Lutris. Also from, that's kind of a odd thing, but let's see. Did this actually see the images? See if we can't do Thuno. Yeah, that's just going to be the old package. It's not going to be the new one. So it did air out. I guess we could remove those packages. No, for Midori. Oh, DU-H. Thank you. But let's go back. That's exactly what I was looking for. Disk usage dash human readable. I think we can just leave those packages out. It's not that big a deal. So we'll remove that. See what we got. ISO build, images, or not images, but we'll go into profiles. The first one's from 01, audio packages. And we need to get rid of this one, libdv, and then also ALSA, which I think is close to the end. Also firmware loaders right here. These might be dependencies and are actually not needed to load. Games, 03 games, where you at? Lutris package, we'll get rid of that, which is fine. We can always add that back in. And 06 would be Midori. This is our web browser, but again, not really. We can install whatever. Someone's gonna want a different web browser anyways. Not the end of the world. 07 TTF. These are Microsoft fonts, which are fine to leave out as well. Where you at? I think it's close to the end. Where you at? MS Core fonts. Leave that out. And then next up, these are some. I should have HFS progs, but maybe that was a dependency or listed somewhere else, and that's why it's erroring. I bet you that's what's happening. These things were already installed. Same with like Intel microcode or AMD microcode. I bet that comes by default, and that's why it's erroring. So let's go HFS. And we're going to get rid of this. NVIDIA driver is something we also need to get rid of. Linux headers, I almost guarantee you it's grabbing Ah, 64-bit architecture. Firmware-Linux. Firmware-Linux non-free. Then these two microcodes. And then finally the RAR utility from 09. Oh yeah, we forgot this. How big is the ISO going to be? The answer is most people think it will be between 1.5 and 2 gigs. I guess we'll find out. I think that's probably correct. Alex, what's up? Hey, Chris, you never answered about certain package manager related script for Arch I've sent you. I'll take a look again on that, Alex. My email's been kind of nuts lately. For some odd reason, someone got a hold of my email. I got on some list, and it's just been insane. And so I probably missed your email in just the flood. I'm using Pipewire with Wire Plumber, Cat Daddy. So that should work just fine as well. We're building a custom ISO here. We ran into a couple errors with some packages, which I think are just simply dependency issues. RAR. So it's trying to do RAR, but it's already grabbing unRAR up here. Again, that's a dependency package, which I think is actually related to other packages that are getting installed. Same with like the microcodes, because microcodes needed for your system to really work. So I know those are getting installed. And I think that should be everything out of here. And I think we can do a full rebuild. Now, when we do this, I think the directory, the temp directory, if we do a ls a all temp, come on. You'll see it already downloaded all these, so it should fly through this install. Let's go up, build. This is our build command. I have a good feeling about this one. I think we're gonna get there on this one. And then it's just mainly adding like some install scripts and then making it easier for folks on this. So that's all warnings, which is fine, but the errors are not fine. That's not good. Yeah, go ahead and send it back. Use the C Titus one. The C Titus one always works better now, Alex. The contact just got inundated, so I kind of moved to C Titus to get most of my stuff. The ISOs for every package that I'm using on this system right here. All right, what are we doing? Last 5 lines of standard error. Rock Ridge file system manipulator. What caused this? Can't stat dep 11. No file, no directory. Make disk trees. Full log. So what happened? I don't know if that really tells me anything. I don't see any like error messages from it. Empty temp. I guess we could empty temp. Oh man, then we got to rebuild this whole thing though. Man, that took like 30 minutes to download. I really don't want to do that again. But you're saying I need to dump this whole directory? I don't really want to. Man. I know. Everybody's saying empty temp. All right, let's give it a go. Let's give it one more go. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result? I'm insane. Let's just see it. I just want to see the error message repeat one more time. Well, let's see. Yes, exact same thing that we got. At build tools line make directory. GNOME shell XR desktop. Okay. Where's this at? Let's get rid of this GNOME shell XR desktop package as well. I don't like that warning. What do we got? CD profiles, Codium here. Let's launch Codium from here. Come on. Now launching Codium. Let's do like a search of that XR desktop. Give it. Come on. Find the file. All right, it's not there. Not there. Okay. Games. I don't think games has anything. Graphics. I want to say. Nothing. System packages. And utility packages. Maybe if we do a search all, go GNOME, see what is enabled. Maybe it's a dependency that it's downloading. So there's Network Manager GNOME. That shouldn't really matter. We can wipe those out. See if there's anything else that has GNOME font viewer. Let's get rid of it. All right, everything else in here with GNOME in the title. Oh, net tool. Get rid of it. All right, everything else is commented out. So maybe, let's see if that does anything. What was the GNOME-shell? What was the package? It says this package is getting installed. Settings daemon. Or it could be libmutter. Ooh, one more second. Mutter? Ah, okay, mutter's not in here. Oh, yeah, I could do grep too. All right, let's see if it gets rid of that warning. If I can clean up the warnings, maybe. But maybe that broken package is causing a problem. Yeah. I wonder why. I'd love to find whatever package is causing this. It also could be in the temp folder, like you guys said. Already looked up Mutter, but I did not look up XR desktop. Got rid of gnome. All right, we got to clear the temp folder. It's the temp folder. I didn't want to wait all that time again. It's always Occam's razor, man. Most obvious solution's usually it. All right. Alrighty, there it goes again. Cache installer time, yeah. Ugh. Let's see. I think it was Sparky sent something. Yes. Yep. Take me there. Docker, cacher, ng. ACNG, digital Sparky, installer tag. We could build this out. ACNG. I wonder if I could just grab this from my Synology box. Just toss it in there. Been doing some funky stuff with that. I think it's in there. There's somewhere. Yeah, I could always force it through terminal as well through a Synology box. Synology actually runs on Linux. I don't think a lot of people realize that. It just doesn't have apt and some package managers, but you could still build pretty much whatever you want directly in here if you really wanted to. Let's go Docker. Let's see if I can just search the regular. That would be pretty cool if it was just there. ACNG. I don't think that's gonna work, but you never know. Be cool. App cacher ng. App cacher ng. Ooh. Deployable. Let's see what this one is. Updated 4 years ago. Why did you fork it, Sparky? I know you created your own app cacher ng, but I imagine it's because something happened with the original one right here from deployable. Sierra, glad you liked Arch, Titus. I know I didn't get to the Arch install of this one, but you forked it to add automatic proxy updates. So what we could show here is this primarily Debian. I think we could do something like this. Alex, thanks for the super chat. Is there currently a nice way to ask KDE to use NTFS3 instead of Fuse for auto mount? Currently have to remount manually. I haven't messed with it yet, Alex, but I'm definitely looking at it because I wanted to make a video actually playing a Windows game on Linux through an NTFS drive utilizing NTFS3, which just came out with the new kernel 5.15. All right, so let's just build this, Sparky, using yours. I think probably the easiest way to go about doing this, a little bit hacky, but I don't have SSH enabled on my Synology box for obvious security reasons. But can we do... Okay, yeah, I can't do it there, but that's okay. Another way, like a hacky way to get around to running stuff directly on Synology is this. Let's go schedule user root, do not repeat, and then what we're gonna do is just toss this bad boy in here and we'll just hit OK, and then we're gonna just apply that. I think we can just hit run for this one action. Just double checking. Yep. Run. This should run this directly on there and then shoot me an email after it's done. Oh, you also added Docker Compose. FS tab? Yeah. I always like to say fstab. It drives people crazy. But I dropped the syllable to do that. That's why I say it that way. And I like how it sounds better, but it's technically like file system tab is why people say FS tab. Again, I'm terrible with English. What do you mean no SSH for security? Yeah, or file system table, yeah. No, that's what it stands for. Fstab sounds amazing. Like, I'll just fstab it, or I'll just fs tab it. Oh, I'm sure the creator is just like, oh, that Titus guy, what the hell? If he ever hears about it. All right, let's see. I'm gonna check my email real quick. For not to do that live on stream. All right, I'm looking through here. Unable to find image locally. Poll complete. Downloaded image, and it's looking like that's good. So with that done, let me come back into here, drop that into my containers, and sweet. We got it. Sparky, we are in business. We got app cacher. So we build it, run, blah, 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 blah. So I already ran the entire Docker image, so it's running in the background. So now we just need to make sure it's fetching through it. So now I just got to point my machine at that some way, somehow, huh? All right, let's read the official documentation. We got it going. We already have the container right here going. Look at the details. It's a bridge network using 3142. Does not look like it's saving anything. That's fine. Configure app to use the HTTP proxy by specifying it in apt.config. Related configuration, blah, blah, blah. So we would edit apt sources.list and the lines between. So this is what our sources.list looks like right now. Becomes basically just this with a / and then we add from FTP or HTTPS. There's a lot of different ways, but then we just add it from there. So 3142, I need to make sure I punch a hole in my firewall for 3142 as well. Because good luck getting through the firewall if those ports are not open. Oh, where you at? Security, firewall, edit rules. 3, 4, what was that? 3142. All right, let's create a new rule. Custom port. We're just going to do 3142. Source location. We'll just select specific IP range. Just do a subnet 192.168.69.032 or 24. Maybe does it need the full subnet? I hate it when people do that. All right, so we'll do that. We'll allow those. That's fine. Okay. So now 3142 is available from the Synology. And we have the cacher going. Now we can test this bad boy out, right? Let's see what we get. Close this. Yeah. Is it just HTTP or is it HTTPS? Probably HTTP, I imagine. Yeah. Wouldn't be able to do secure. So let's do that. Ram, thanks for the super chat. I installed Arch successfully with KDE and Xorg as recommended by you. I have to say that my main struggles were partitioning. Oh my god, the networking. Yeah, networking can be a little bit of a... so many distributions do networking so differently, Ram. I gotta say, it's interesting. I always say just network manager is probably the most common, but if you ever do like an Ubuntu system, you gotta learn NetPlan with YAML files. That's not fun. I mean, NetPlan is bonkers to me. Or sometimes they do it just directly through, I think it's like DHCPD service, or directly from systemd using the network D. I think you just edit a file through like etc system network or something like that. I can't remember. Or etc network interfaces, I think, is where I do a lot of those configs. It just depends. That's the one thing I hate, is depending on the Linux system, like configuring networking can sometimes be a chore. All right, let's change our sources.list. And this is where we do that apt cacher. So we would do deb http. All right, got it. We would do that. So all we do is just add colon 3142 / all right. So if we just do a visual of this and yank that, put that, so close. All right. Oh, look at that. Apt cacher's working, it looks like. Cool. Hey, what's up, Don? Yeah, on Fridays, Don, I'm always at 9 a.m. usually. On Tuesdays, I do the afternoon at 1 o'clock. How you doing, man? Yeah, Debian uses Network Manager. So, from our compiles here, yeah, it's still grabbing our compiles. I hope this works this time around. Should be close then, though. The apt method for the build of Debian, though, I don't think we're going to be able to use apt cacher for that. But still, apt cacher is pretty neat. I really like using apt cacher. That is neat. Where we're grabbing it directly from that local source, because I'm always updating Debian from my laptops to my studio PC to servers, and being able to edit those sources.list to just grab it from the cache every time will be nice. Oh yeah, you use the proxy export flags when building images. Okay, that's a good one. Yes, I want to leave YouTube. Oh, man. Come on. So when configuring the proxy for apt, let's see here. Oh, I got you. Oh, so you could just change the apt.conf file to acquire the HTTP proxy and then just put the proxy address there. Save the apt file. It doesn't need a login or password. And then you're good. Oh, that's a good idea. So how I did it was actually wrong. Yeah. That's so much cleaner. So how I did it's really dirty. Thank you for that. So instead of doing it this way, let's go to vim or not cd, sudo vim etc app sources.list. So instead of doing it this way right here, we're gonna just get rid of this. We're gonna go back to what happened? All right, get rid of these two, save that out. But instead, so the proper way to do this would probably be doing the proxy through etc apt.conf. And is there a proxy configuration file already in here? Don't see it. Probably should add our own, I suppose. No. So we'll probably add... we'll put us last. Local, or we'll just put app cache ng. And here is where we would add that. Where is that at? Come on. Did I already skip over it? Just pop out chat maybe. It's in here somewhere. There it is. So configure apt cacher. We just do this. And then if we look at our file, should be able to just do that. Oh, did I miss something, Sparky? Could not resolve your proxy address. Oh, did I? Yeah. Gosh. That is great. Yeah, I didn't change the proxy name. Oops. Well, that's not going to work. Come on, just go to my proxy name, guys. I love it. All right, 3142. All right, let's try that again, right? Yeah. Oh, so much better. Yeah, that's so much cleaner too. Upgradable. So all these have newer packages. Anything big in here? Yeah, not too much. Just Brave, glib, some libraries, some node updates, which is pretty normal. Yeah. Let's just upgrade that live. I got a broken dependency. What did I do here? Well, let's just fix that broken dependency, shall we? Whatever. Oh, I could have updated host to resolve. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. Change etc host to say your proxy name. But then I'd have to, the proxy port would also be problematic as well. Yeah, so what happened was there was probably a dependency somewhere that ended up being problematic or whatnot, and they ended up downgrading the dependency. This happens on SID sometimes, to where that happens, and then basically what you do is just purge that package and then reinstall it if you want, which I'll probably do. Or there's probably some package in there that'll just go ahead and reinstall it for me, so I'm not really that worried about it. Was there Linux headers in there? I don't think that was that big of a deal. Full local mirror of Bullseye is over 100 gigs. I think how apt cacher works is it's just going to cache the packages that I'm downloading right now. So then as I'm downloading them, it just puts it in cache. So then if another system needs that same package, it'll just download it. It doesn't mirror, it doesn't grab a copy of the entire mirror. It's just going to cache whatever I'm already using. So that's apt cacher ng is what I'm using for that. So it should speed this up in consequential runs. Yeah, it's a lot like Squid Proxy and some other stuff I've used from a gateway level. Obviously, this is quite a bit better though, because it's going to cache those packages probably for at least 30 to 60 days, I imagine, if it even flushes them at all. But again, I don't care because it's on my Synology box. I got 100 and something terabytes, so I got a little bit of room. I think I could download the entire Linux mirror and I still wouldn't care. Yeah, I did set the proxy port, so we're all up to date here. I did want to install the GNU's base setup common probably. And I do see Linux headers being there too. What is the headers package? Perf tools. What was it? I guess those are, oh well, let's just auto remove. I think it's just that one package. I think that's an old header file, because I'm on 5.15, so it's just removing some old stuff. So if we do an apt, sudo apt update, should show a nice clean, oh well, you know, could be wrong there too. So these have been kept back. Why? libcc, maybe because it's being used. So it gave us the same error here too. Oh man, so there's some package I'm installing to cause this, because we did do an install without all this and I did not run into this error. So let's just type this in Google real quick. It's probably that Perl script. It's probably that top line, but let's just see what Google gives us. Like I said, I think we grabbed the wrong line. Where you at? I think this top line. Ant stat firmware depth. Let's try that. See if we get anything from it. This ubiquity. That's not gonna probably give us anything. Yeah, no, Linux-firmware won't work. The proper one is what Sparky said. You'd want the uname dash headers. Keyboard's doing good, even with the failed firmware update. I should try that again. But what? There's a pack. So what's happening here is there's a package that we're doing because we did do a base build of this with Sid, and it did build it correctly. It just, there's some package that I'm doing that is just, for whatever reason, is causing this error. And found uninstallable packages. If we look at this, at packages, what was the, that's everything, isn't it? Darn it. Now I could do like error. Does that give me anything? No, that's not, I'm not even close. It's just gonna be that same package probably. This is not gonna be fruitful endeavor. Yeah, lib mutter error. And it's a dependency for some other package, so let's see what dependencies are on lib mutter. I don't have mutter installed. Mutter's a screenshot utility for the GNOME desktop environment. I shouldn't be using any GNOME packages. So if we look at lib mutter Debian, I think we should get the package details. This is it right here. See, it's a window manager library for the mutter window manager. And Adwala icon theme. Maybe that's it. Other packages related depends on it. So these are the dependencies. Looking at this, G settings, I want to say that icon theme might be causing this. But I'm just going to look. Pixbuff. Just going to peruse this libpipewire 3. It might be pipewire too causing it. And then mutter comment. I'm sure I'm sure I don't have mutter in there. But I bet you it's probably that pipewire install that's causing this issue. But hopefully we have this icon theme. I'd still want to use pipewire if possible. So if I look, I have all the packages listed here. So we're going to just do a search icon. And yeah, icon theme is not there. So we don't even need this right here. Darn it. So that's not getting installed. What about G settings? We could try G settings. Ah. Nope. G settings isn't there. I'm pretty sure it's going to be that. And GNOME, I've already killed all references to it. Possibly libgtk 3.0 maybe? Let's see what GTK packages we have. Let's all comment it out. Commented. Redshift GTK. Let's get rid of that. And then we have these GTK 2 engines, which we can get rid of. Don't necessarily need Conky either, as I'm not using it. So we can get rid of those. Any other packages that might cause a problem here. Pipewire icon theme. No, Pipewire is the audio. Let's make sure we don't have Wayland, any Wayland stuff in here as well. Let's take a look for Wayland. I'm not using any Wayland, so I don't really care. Yeah, I'm not. There's no Wayland, so it has to be Pipewire. I'm almost sure of it. Before we do it, let's try to recompile. I don't think we're going to get there. I think we're going to run into the same error, but we're going to run off cache. I really think it'll be fine with just running off cache. I'm hoping that that can recompile and then get rid of that warning. If we can get that warning off, I think the errors will go away too. I think there's just a package in here that's just causing all this. So right now, I'm just hoping that those GTK2 packages were causing some issues. That'd be nice. Oh, wait. Before I do this, my bad. I was like to say, that should air out pretty quick with the temp folder. I was like, wait a second. Nah. All right, I guess we can remove Pipewire. Dang it. Okay, so unsatisfied dependencies. We could try installing those. Gosh, I really don't want to install GNOME settings daemon though. And what is grabbing this GNOME Shell XR desktop package as well? And libmutter. I don't want to install this, but apparently it needs it, so let's add these and see what happens. Let's put them in utility packages. And then we're going to add, what else do we have? libmutter. Toss that in there. And sure, why not grab this package as well? Watch, it's going to grab like a gajillion other things. All right, that's fine. It wouldn't hurt to do. It's still broken. Shh. Ooh. Hey, what's up, Tech Hut? Good to see you in chat, man. All right, yeah, I agree with you, Tom. Let's remove Pipewire and try building without Pipewire at all. Let's go audio packages, and we're gonna just remove Pipewire, Wire Plumber, and Pipewire Pulse. So we'll get rid of those. Save. And let's also go back in there and remove those utility packages. These guys we've added. Save that. Come back to here. Let's just make sure Pipewire is not the culprit. Now, again, we are working off of the temp directory, so it might need to be a recompile, and I just don't have time for the recompile today. Man, that sucks. That's just a big bummer. Well, at the same time, though, we are using the new app cache, although I think we do when we are doing the build of this. No, I think it'll pull from the system, so I think it'll use our app.conf or building this ISO that go through app cache, possibly. Yeah, I'm gonna make them public, Tech Hut. So I actually did a sponsored spot for a company called CDN77 back in 2019, and they haven't ever removed my access to the control panel. So I got 50 gigs of storage that I can do 10 gig up, 10 gig down. It'll use the same repos as Red Hat. So they basically gave me unlimited power. And I'll be able to put the ISOs up there, so people will be able to pull them down, and it'll be faster than any other Linux distro on the market. That'll be funny. People are like, dang. So yeah, I'll just keep trying to do this. Maybe later tonight when I'm laying up in bed, I'll just keep doing it. Now that we have apt cache ng going, I think these builds will go a lot faster. I'm curious to see if I remove temp, and we do our build again. I am curious to see if this does grab them faster. I bet it doesn't. I'm just not sure if this is actually going to grab using my proxy servers. Which would use apt cache, cacher ng. I know. Yeah, the thing about live streams, anytime you're trying to do something like this, you're going to run into weird stuff, especially when you're doing something completely new. Like, I don't build Debian ISOs ever. So this is new. So you get to kind of see the process. But I always try and find like new utilities, or if I'm working around prompt, I try to tell people, hey, this is how I'm moving around. And that kind of helps people learn that are watching. And there's also the entertainment aspect of just seeing someone fail. I think that's important too. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oops, my bad. All right, so let's cancel this. So what we do is before it, we set the variable. You may need to export HTTP proxy. So let's do an export, or let's do an echo of it real fast, just to make sure there's nothing there. HTTP proxy. So if we do an export of HTTP proxy, wish I could just copy and paste this, but whatever. Equals :, and then we just put our proxy server. And just to make sure, that's our new proxy. And then if we build from that, oops. Let's clean our temp directory and then build. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Trace back, blah, 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 blah. I learned a ton. Oh, good to hear, Tom. That's what I try and do, at least. When I'm poking around, even if I'm not accomplishing what I do as the overarching theme, at least try and teach folks just general usage in Terminal. You do need a faster machine, I agree with that. But this is more of a download issue than a faster machine. Yeah, and I want to make sure I didn't use HTTPS there. Oh, I did use HTTPS. That's what's happening. This is HTTP. Yep. Okay, now it's HTTP. So now if we do the build... Come on. Let's remove that temp directory. Build. Nope. Forbidden file type. Oh, darn it. All right, well. So that's what's happening. HTTP proxy. We could... equals... So if we echo that, now blanked it out. And then it would just rebuild. Okay. Bummer. It would have been nice for that to work. Yeah, I bet it's blocking that request, Sparky. I agree with you. We can try it. Yeah, that's a good one, Tim. Maybe it's just we need to do HTTPS with the... It's worth trying. Temp. Crash it. Do as I say. No. Oh, sudo LL. That's funny. Oh, I tried to remove the root temp file. Oh, glad that it didn't allow me to do that. Oh, that was one command away from disaster. All right, let's do a build. No. Sad to say, that is just not gonna work. Would have been nice, though. Rest in peace, Tim. Yeah. Oh. You could have had a local mirror done by now. True. You know what? Linux Ninja, I might just mirror the entire Debian branch. Create a whole local mirror of Debian. I like that. I like that idea. Yeah, I'll put Pipewire back in. That's true. What's up, Omar? We'll go into audio packages. Let's just take Pipewire, put it back in. There you go. Pipewire's back. That's just crazy. Yeah, 100 gigs for Bullseye. That's totally not worth it. Fair enough. Well, you know what? Build simple SCD apt. Maybe someone's done this. App cacher, ng, proxy, build. What was that? Simple Build simple CDD. Someone's got to... This would be like a great example of how to do it. Is there any proxy? How to use cached repeated downloads. If you're bad, you can use... here we go. Debian Mir. Helps to read the documentation. RTFM. Come on, Chris. All right, here we go. Mir. And... Debian Mir. Debian-mir. And... one second. Cat etc apt sources.list. So what we'll do is we're gonna just take this Debian Mir, go HTTP, and put our apt cacher directly in 3142, and then do deb.debian.org/Debian. Like that. Right? Yeah. Boom. Says a simple invoke should get us there. And all this should do is add that in. The quotes shouldn't matter. There's no spaces or anything. I mean, we can try quotes. We try force. The app cacher isn't a mirror, no, but it should act like one. We can try quotes first. That's not gonna work. We could, I don't think the quotes are needed. I know they're not. We could try dash force. Dash force. That's not a valid option. Linus Tech Tip vibes. Yeah, I'm getting 403, so it's the URL. Forbidden type. So what I think this really wants it to be like an HTTPS. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. Updates mirror, Debian mirror. Force precede. That mainly just skips some of the installer stuff. We'll add that in later. I just want to get this going. Security mirror, UDEB mirror. Dist, SID. All right. Is there any other option here I could use? Yeah, we've tried it both with and without the slash. We've already done that. We could use What's this do mirror option? That's interesting. Mirror only option. We could try mirror only, maybe? No. I don't think a force precede will work. Precede's just mainly installer options. This is more of it not connecting to the mirror. No do mirror? We could try that. Oh, well, that's interesting. Missing required packages from profile. Stop due to missing packages. Oh, the temp folder. All right, let's remove that. Ooh, I keep trying to trash my root temp folder. That's why I don't always use sudo for everything, guys. It prevents you from doing stuff. Ooh, okay. So it is grabbing the mirror stuff now, but it doesn't have, it's not fetching it directly from there. That's cool though. Just need to figure out how to get those in my mirror. So the winning ISO file is 0 megs, yeah. Darn it. So it's able to fetch my mirror, but maybe there's another option I can use. We could try the man page. Ever know? At this point, might as well. All right. Let's see if the man page gives us anything. Do mirror means generate mirror. No do mirror means do not generate mirror. Okay. So if we do not generate the mirror, we could do the mirror. Oh, we're so close. Updates mirror, maybe. Debian mirror. Default is Debian mirror. We set the Debian mirror with that command, which we did do. And default is server-debian. It should go through though. So when we do the build, we are setting the Debian mirror to that. It should work, and then not generating the regular mirror. Ah, man. We're so close. Yeah, so we're using apt cacher in G here. We can get this working just pulling from the rubber mirrors, but I really wanted to push it through the cache, so in each every single build after this, it's just going to go faster and faster and faster. So instead of 30 minutes of downloading packages every single time, it's going to just grab it right from my cache and then just dump it right in here. That's the whole point of trying to figure this out. It's just to save from builds. Instead of taking 30 minutes, it'll take 2 minutes because we don't have to download packages anymore. It's just getting that through is going to be, that's our challenge. And anytime I take off no Every time it generates the mirror, it just will fail. Ah. How do you get to the man page? You just type man in whatever command. So manual, copy command, or CP. Get you the copy command. Man, whatever command you're trying to run. Move. You can get in here, and then you can see what each option is that you're doing. So you're not just blindly doing it. That's what I was trying to figure out. What does it? What mirror? Simple. So this package has all these things. What could do it? It could also be like the updates mirror and the backports mirror. Or nah, I mean because maybe it's doing that as well. Maybe we need to exclude mirror and backports, but no, that doesn't make sense because under normal circumstances it would just build on SID. I think this project knows that we're on SID and it's fine. Just trying to think of something else. Sad face. GFY, the syntax isn't highlighted. Yeah, should. Just haven't yet. All the songs from Streambeats. Streambeats.com. Get your free copyright free music for your YouTube videos and streams today. Streambeats.com. Costs $0.00. Yeah, set up a cache server. It's neat. Especially if you have more than one computer. Cache server will be nice. But, no, well. I'm gonna just build it without the cache server, I suppose. Would have been nice. Would have been nice. Hey, stream's going all right. We're learning new stuff. Trying a different take on the ISOs today. I think honestly, what I'm gonna do on this one all is instead of adding all these things, I think what we do is just take the absolute needed packages here. So from everything I see and everything I use, I think what we do is come into the file section, these packages, and then we just grab what we need. So if we look at this GitHub project, because I wholeheartedly believe this is going to fail again. We go to users. I'm just going to grab the packages I want, and we'll just copy those, paste that, and let's remove those. Let's remove those spaces, shall we? Let's go backspace R forward back. Blah. Fixed. Magic. All the spaces removed. All right, cool. Learned that last stream. Feel like a magician doing it. Greatness. We know that the Microsoft font installer is not there in the default repositories, which is fine. The other thing we need to do probably is grab the non-free. Is there anything in build? Build simple CDD. We look, we might need to do like non-free as well as included in this. Ah, right here. Add self-built packages to CD. First add first line. Mirror components. Main, non-free. And probably contrib as well is what we want to add to this. Is one extra thing. So the mirror components might also help as well. So if we look at I think they wanted to use mirror dash components. I think also we're missing those non-free because that initial ISO file we created was 300 megs. And I know that's missing non-free and some firmware stuff. So I want to change this profile to at least grab those as well. Dash comp. I could add a comp file. Specify a configuration file. I think that's probably a good idea now. Oops. Copy that. Paste that in there. And then also grab contrib. We also want to add some other stuff that we're using for this. No, I'm gonna just stop that right now. And what I'm gonna do is change this build comp file to add all these things. We're gonna grab profiles, dist sid. I think these are variables I can put on here too. Yeah, you're not the only one lost here, man. Really, what I'm doing is just trying to make this custom ISO awesome. Building just a regular ISO is pretty darn easy. I just want to add all my packages to it, so I'm not always downloading and updating and then sitting there and waiting. I'd much rather just have it all at my fingertips. So I'm going to put all of this in here. This is pretty much all the packages I need. And then I'm just going to put 00 for the package runtime as well. I think that is, you know what? Let's just get rid of it. I think what we'll do is on our build, we're going to do this. We're just going to wipe out all of these profiles, right? It's just going to be 00. And then we're going to do a comp file of... This will grab non-free. all that. Conf is... Why am I drawing a blank? What did I name the comp file? Build.conf. Real original. Build.conf. So this will grab SID. Should grab the non-free, which I do see it grabbing Intel and all of that stuff non-free. Should grab all my packages that I'm using. This should be a good base. I think this is a better way to approach it than just installing everything under the sun. Yeah, I can run NeoFetch. But I do see this is grabbing non-free. So that comp file did work. And I think really just doing that with the profiles and the SID as the directive should get us almost everything I use in this system. Obviously this right here is a bit bloated this is one I was tinkering around with. I know this should be fully loaded up around 700 packages. And we can do a VM to test that as well. So yeah, anyways, the terminal, I resized it and it did something funky. I actually did type conf. It just looked like conf-d. Measure twice, cut once. That's a good one. Are you archiving? Yeah, everything, all my live streams are archived directly on the main channel page. Oh yeah, no, the stream's all up there. You guys can watch any of my past live streams. Yes, and I've established I'll upload the ISO. It should be fine. All right. See how this goes. I'll let that build go. I am gonna do clear. I still have that timer. I know I still have it. Yeah, timer. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Be right back. You guys can watch the compile process. Oh. What was that? I'd like to make that bigger. I think. I move that. No. Just shift it down. No. Yeah. That's over. No. Can't remember my hotkey to move the screen around. Ah, well. Alright. We're just going to do timer over here. I'll be right back. 5 minutes.
We're still compiling. What is this? It is a buffalo chicken wrap on a whole wheat tortilla. Yeah, I got it inside. My wife's like, make sure you eat something. I have a tendency to just forget to eat for the entire day. It's just like my MO. Like, I'll get so caught up in whatever I'm doing that I just don't eat. Yeah, so SID doesn't have a security repository and updates or backport repository. It's just one repository. You don't necessarily need to be concerned about it, but at the same time, whenever you use SID, you're not using it in a production environment. So you shouldn't run into too much problems. My wife says she has a baby face. Yeah, I actually grew out a beard. You want to see baby face? I asked, actually, I think the community, what was it? I'll show you me with a beard. That was wild. I don't really like looking that old. Makes me look like I'm 50 or 60. What was it? Remove virus. I think it was like my virus remove video. Oh, here we go. Bam. 1 point. Was it? No. Was that it? No. That wasn't it. Was it antivirus? Let me go to my channel. Can't remember what it was. I had one video when I had like a lot of stuff. What was it? Antivirus, I think it was. Oh, here we go. Me with a big old honking beard. Look at that. Kabam! Oh, that is hilarious. Yeah, I got some gray going on. That was 2 years ago as well. So it's pretty much all white now. It's a fun one. That's a fun one. All right, where we at? Still building, guys. I wouldn't call it a beard. I hate facial hair, so I always shave. But that's as long as I've ever gone. That's about as close to a beard I'll probably ever get. Now I don't know if I specified Xorg in those packages, but I think BSPWM does require Xorg. All right, well there's that warning. Well, that looks promising. Well, there we go. We were all wrong. The image ended up being 500 megs. Well, how about that? All right, now we just build it, right? Finally, some progress. I just needed to eat something. Uh-oh. What happened? Okay, I have 1.7 installed. That's not working. Configuration, themes, blah, blah, blah. Replace with @theme after configuration blocked. In config, all right, well, let's do that. It's a weird error. Config RSI. All right, and @theme. What was it? @theme da 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 da. Oh, no, okay. All right, fine. Doesn't say it needs the semicolon, so we'll get rid of that and come up here, delete that, save that out. No such file. Well, That is because I put a quote in there, didn't I? All right. Error when parsing thing. What happened here? I must have uninstalled something. Oh well. Syntax error. Unexpected configuration block expecting end of file. All right. It's fine. All right, let's look at an example of config RISI. What's this supposed to look like? I guess it does need the semicolon, maybe. Oops. Yeah. All right. Semicolon. Ah. What's theme? Theme. I don't think it needs that at symbol, maybe. Theme colon blah blah blah. Alright, well. I guess some of the syntax changed on this. I haven't really paid much attention. Enough attention, I should say. I don't know. Oh, is it my quote? There's a semicolon. Just put it outside the bracket. That's what I did, I thought. Right? That's weird. I mean, this is the first time I've seen this error. I've been using it all day. Huh. All right, we can try that. That's strange. So it says to replace it with the at symbol. There is no semicolon, just an at symbol at that. After the configuration block, which that's the configuration block right there. Everything should be fine with just that. But alas, you get an error. Huh. That's odd. Yeah, I could install back to 1.7. I think this is 1.7. Yeah, I totally understand that, Don, as far as reworking since it's SID. I'm waiting for like Bookworm to come out, Don, with Polybar and some of the packages I need. Specifically Rofi and some other ones. That's the big one. Yeah, Tim, removing themes / won't actually call the actual proper file though, because that if we look at the directory, if we go to .config Rofi, if you look, the actual file resides in the themes directory, which is the side tab -nord RASI file. So if we look at the config, you can see it's going into the themes directory from this one and calling side tab .rasi. Remove the colon after at theme. I did, there is no colon.
At theme, that's a space. Question, this is the folder. This is the in file. May or may not need a semicolon since this is the end of the file. But alas. Column 14, unexpected configuration block, expecting end of file. What if, so it says something with a configuration. Configuration block. Basic config. That's so weird. Let's go into Rofi project. Let's see what the default is. Rofi GitHub. Let's just pull it directly from the horse's mouth, shall we? Or maybe not. Where is that? Config.rasi examples. No. No. All right, make directory, Rofi dump config, config.rasi. See our configuration guide. We could read the configuration guide. Let's do that. Update from old configuration to format new. Oh, look at that. You can do an upgrade config. I like the idea of that. So we could create an empty one. Ba-ba. So there is no questions there. That's fine. Let's kill that first line, I guess, and see what we get, and then also kill that semicolon. So if we kill this, and then go to the end of this line, delete that. Ah, still nothing. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, guys? That's an interesting tidbit. I don't know what happened there. I think maybe I changed a dependency or something Rofi's depending on, and now it's just like freaking out. Because this was working prior to me. I think I did an upgrade. Maybe just needs a reboot. I don't know. Let's see where we're at on our image. This is only 500 megs though. I mean, honestly, I almost feel like just uploading this ISO, but let's do a test. I don't know why that is causing me grief though. Error while parsing theme and the config. Syntax error, unexpected configuration block. Expecting end of file. Line 1, column 1, line 1, column 15. I think it's reading that original one. Let's relaunch Rofi. What was that? Well, let's just give it a reboot. You know what? That's easy. Let's just reboot. He's like, is my computer gonna come back up? That'd be par for the course on the stream, wouldn't it? All right.
Yeah, just now trying the turn it off, turn it back on again. Wait, is there a space on column 14 between configuration? Possibly. Let's see. All right, so reboot did not solve our issue. So, let's see what we can figure out here. It's an interesting error, just out of nowhere too. Because I was earlier on in the stream, I was using this, and column 1 or line 1, column 14. If we go over to column 14, this is column 14 right here. Configuration space bracket, which is what we have. Huh. Isn't that weird? We look at the GitHub again, pull up Rofi GitHub. Look at the configuration guide. It does have a space between configuration and the bracket. And isn't that weird? Yeah. So specifically this right here. Huh. Well, when in doubt, let's just delete it all. What happens if we just do it now? Well, that was not helpful. What if we just do Rofi? Okay, yeah. Fine. What does that give me now? Okay, I got something. That is so weird. All right, we deleted the entire config file, but we lost our configuration. Odd. Very, very odd. What if we go into themes, cd config, just to fix this up real fast. We might be able to streamline this a little bit better by cat side tab dot nord. These are all elements, configuration, blah blah blah. And does theme have anything here? That says theme at my theme. That is odd. So you could split the config file. What if we just don't even bother splitting the config file at all? Let's just do this. Let's just copy side nord to go back one. Let's come back one directory. And if we cat config, there's nothing there. Let's just remove config. And then we just move side nord to config. Config dot I think it'll work actually like that. Well, it worked. The theming is just a smidge off there though. Let's fix some of the fonts, I guess. Wow.
Very odd. Oh, well, we'll get rid of some of the nonsense here. That was just a very strange just error kind of out of anywhere. Like, what the heck, man? Show icons, icon theme should be there. So if we do config, here's configuration. Display drun, ... combi. All right. What happens if we do that? All right. Icon themes looks a little bit better. Clean that up. And then we just got to do this every other business. Something in here is causing that. Is there... Nah, I didn't miss a bracket. You're wrong, Michael. It's okay. We can bake in all of this directly into the file itself. Now in list view, there's something in here. I think gray background, foreground. Somehow it's grabbing that gray area. I think that gray, like this is not gray at all. I don't think. Maybe the background. It's so strange. You're saying I had to bracket. So here's why you're wrong. Let me just show you. And let's move the config file to config-new .resi. If we do config.resi, put this config file in, clear out the space ahead of it, save. This is exactly what I had. I'm not missing a bracket. I'm not crazy. This gets cloned every single day. I have all the backups, and I guarantee you it has both brackets. So yes, you are very wrong. I can read. That is bizarre, though. Don't know why it's doing this double up right here, though. That is... Huh. Oh, well, whatever. I'll circle back around to it when I'm feeling it. For now, let's just do Vert Manager and test out this ISO, which we've been working on this whole time. Let's delete this one. This is what we did have. We'll delete. Yes. Yeah, don't ask me again. We're gonna just add a new VM here. We're gonna go some local media images. Actually, we're gonna add a new pool. ISO build is what we'll call this one. and the images directory. Finish. All right, so this is our 500 meg ISO. Man, that is really light. Like for install all media, that is very, very light. So we'll see how that goes. Forward. Did not detect. Come on. What happened? All right. Debian. All right, forward, and let's just give this 8192. Give it 6 CPUs, 20 gigs. Honestly, for this such a light install, should be fine. And finish. All right, now we're gonna do the basic install here. As you know me, I'm not a big fan of a lot of. So we're just gonna see how we did. I know a lot of people like the graphical installer, but I'm just like, eh. All right, no kernel modules. No kernel modules. This is probably due to a mismatch between the kernel used by this version and the installer of the kernel available in the archive. Well, sad face. So I need to make sure I install. I guess I don't have a kernel module put in. Oh, bummer. Well, that's why it's so light. You should be able to specify and download that though. Oh man, yeah, that's that's not gonna work. All right. Let's abort. Let's just power this guy off. Go into here. Boot options. Let's just enable that. No boot menu. Take that. Put that there. Boot back in. Oh, no. Did I not? Did I miss that? All right. I didn't have anything in my CD drive. So ISO build Debian Titus. Apply. Let's see what the graphic installer looks like. I imagine it'll still error out about some kind of issue with the kernel. Let's see what happens. Or maybe it just gets stuck. Yeah, no kernel modules found. Darn it. So, all right. So we'll have to go back through. Another day. Another day. We're getting there. All right. I think I know when to quit. I'm going to call it a day with this aggravating, to say the least. Somehow, Rofi ended up breaking on me, and I didn't change anything in my config file. That was the weird thing with that. I don't know what the deal was, but at least we got APT cacher NG. Thanks, Sparky, for that. We'll see how that goes, and yeah. We'll get it fixed. I think offline, I might just be in bed, work on the ISO. I think I'm done with the ISO streams. I'm just gonna figure it out offline and then just post it, because building the ISO can be a little bit troublesome. Obviously, there's just some modules and like kernel module and some other packages I missed, which I will get. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I was supposed to quit about an hour ago, Charles, but I'm just like, I want to get this. I'm done. This is going to be my last ISO stream
at least for a long while, as this was aggravating. But at this point, I think I'll just not go to sleep tonight until I get my ISO done. I'll figure it out one way or another. Y'all have a good one. Stay safe. Thanks for hanging in there. I know this is a little bit longer stream, but man, just wanted to finish it. Alas, we didn't, but oh well. All right, guys, take it easy. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I'm going to be streaming then Tuesday afternoon. Those are a little more put together, as I'm definitely awake by that time. And now, I'm definitely awake here in the afternoon, but whew, still vexed me at the end. But with that, take it easy. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go.